Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise. We're led in prayer by Dr. Jesse Wagner, pastor of Mount Calvary Baptist Church in Charleston, West Virginia. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senator from Logan leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this new day that you've given. Every day is a gift from you, and we pause to give you thanks for it. Lord, we simply gather today and we spend a few moments in your presence, asking you, Lord, to give your blessing upon this day. We pray for these senators and for their staffs and all who serve in this body, Lord, that you will give them, first of all, strength to endure these busy days. Give them courage, Lord, to do what is right. Give them judgment to do what is best. And Father, even as we ask for your blessing upon this gathering, we pray, Father, that we would always be thankful of the blessings you've given, the blessings of freedom, the blessings of living in this country, the blessings of being in this state, of living here in West Virginia. And Lord, we know that our motto is Mountaineers are always free, but we know ultimate freedom comes ultimately as a gift from you. And for that we give you thanks, even as we ask these favors in our Savior's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Senator from Logan.
If everyone would join me in honoring our great country, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, February 18th, 2022. The Senate met at 9:03 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal is dispensed with and the Journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the Journal is dispensed with and the Journal is approved. Introduction of guest. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guests is the junior senator from the 8th, Jenna Brown and Emma Craven. As guests is the senator from Harrison, Aidan Ward and Eli Ward. As guests is the senior senator from the 6th, Brandon Frazier. As guests is the senator from Randolph, Candace Chapman and Seth Carnes. And as guest is the senator from Tucker, Stephanie Santilli. I hope I got it right. Would the Senate please make him feel welcome? Are there further introductions? Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is your pleasure and mine to introduce our doc of the day and his medical student. From today, we have one of our favorites, Tracy Hendershot. He's from Elizabeth, West Virginia, and with him is fourth-year medical student Aaron Stavrakis from Vienna, West Virginia. If you fellows wouldn't mind standing, let Senate give you a warm welcome.
Further introduction, Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Monday, March 21st is World Down Syndrome Day, and since we won't be in session that day, I wanted to take advantage of it on this Monday, February 21st, to recognize a young lady from Putnam County who is a star and a blessing to all who know her. Sophie Slack is a junior at Hurricane High School, and she has a pretty impressive list of accomplishments. She was the first person with Down syndrome to be named Honorary West Virginia Commissioner of Agriculture for a day. She's the first person with Down syndrome to sit for the Golden Horseshoe exam. She won second place in her school social studies fair. She was the Capital Soil Conservation District. They gave her an award for promoting soil conservation. She is featured on the soil trailer as well. She is the first person with Down syndrome to be a member of a West Virginia school robotics team. She's helping build the robot that will be competing next month in Knoxville. She's also featured in a video on ABLE accounts, and she is featured by the West Virginia Treasurer in the West Virginia ABLE campaign. She was the 2021 Grand Marshal of the National Down Syndrome Society's New York City Buddy Walk, where she was featured in Times Square on a billboard. She's opened the town hall for the city of Hurricane. She's met with senators and presidents and other legislators in Washington, D.C., and she's often featured in law enforcement training for disability awareness. And I think what she thinks is the most important is she got to meet Governor Justice and Baby Dog. So if everybody could please welcome, Sophie is in the North Gallery. If everybody could please welcome Sophie and her parents Steve and Sandy to the Senate.
Further introductions. Senator from Pleasants.
Thank you, Mr. President. As customary on President's Day, we have the West Virginia Republican women here. And would they all please stand up and please make them welcome?
Further introductions. Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we have two young folks who are here from Harrison County, Eli and Aiden Ward, and they come from Bridgeport High School, one of the finest high schools in our entire state. And bringing them down today are their parents, Michael and Stacy Ward. If they'll stand and be recognized, Senate would like to welcome you. Hi, Mike. Hi, guys.
Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have with us today the mother of the page from Notre Dame High School, Stephanie Santelli, who I might add, this is her 12th time paging for us, either here or the house. So, but her mother, Annette Santelli, is in the President's Gallery. She's here for Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day. She's a community partner for West Virginians for Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, and member of PanCan and National Advisory Council. So if Annette would stand and the members make her welcome.
Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of yourself and the senators that represent Wayne County, we have the father of our page, Brandon Frazier, with us today in the President's Gallery. His name is Brian Frazier. Brian, stand, and Senate, please join me in making him welcome.
Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. On your behalf and on behalf of the senior senator from the 8th, we have with us seated in the President's Gallery, chaperone for one of our honorary pages, Jenna Brown's father, Mr. Jody Brown. If he could stand up and if the Senate can make him feel welcome. In addition, Mr. President, we have seated with us in the South Gallery my beautiful wife, Allison Cook Lindsay, and my two boys that are all too familiar to Senate Judiciary, the Candy Monsters. If they could all stand up and if the Senate could make them feel welcome.
Further introductions. Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we have with us seated in the President's Gallery the chaperone for one of our honorary pages from Spring Valley High School, Candace Chapman's mother, Leanna Chapman. If the Senate could make her feel welcome.
Are there further introductions? Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of Committee Substitute for House Bill 4077, provide certain classes of property protections from creditor collections.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4141, authorizing the Governor's Committee on Crime, Delinquency, and Corrections to promulgate a legislative rule relating to law enforcement training and certification standards.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4242, authorizing the Division of Labor to promulgate a legislative rule relating to child labor.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
House Bill 4338, reducing annual permit fee for each video lottery terminal owned or leased by limited video lottery licensee.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4340, relating to maximizing the opportunity to recover anatomical gifts for the purpose of transplantation, therapy, research, or education.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources, then the Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4406, to establish the West Virginia Military Hall of Fame.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Military and then the Committee on Government Organization.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4430 relating to definitions of base salary and overtime for police and firemen pensions.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Pensions and then the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 4433 providing that retirement benefits are not subject to execution.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Pensions and then on to the Committee of the Judiciary.
House Bill 4568 to allow phased rehabilitations of certified historic structures.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4583 clarifying the definition of incapacity so that incarceration in the penal system or detention outside of the United States may not be inferred as resulting in a lack of capacity to execute a power of attorney.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The House adopted the following resolutions naming bridges, roadways, and one waterfall. House Concurrent Resolution 35, House Concurrent Resolution 45, House Concurrent Resolution 54, House Concurrent Resolution 62, House Concurrent Resolution 63, House Concurrent Resolution 64, House Concurrent Resolution 65, House Concurrent Resolution 70, House Concurrent Resolution 71, House Concurrent Resolution 72, House Concurrent Resolution 73, House Concurrent Resolution 74, House Concurrent Resolution 75, and House Concurrent Resolution 76.
Chair should have cut the clerk off. Messages will be received and the resolutions will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 430 modifying witness fee rate paid by state to match federal court system and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 463, Best Interests of Child Protection Act of 2022, and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining has had under consideration Senate Bill 622, establishing requirements for carbon dioxide sequestration, and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Randy E. Smith, Chair.
Report will be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 686 through Senate Bill 712 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
Senior Senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill 686 through Senate Bill 712 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 13 by Senator Lindsay, State Minimum Wage Amendment.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary and then to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 50 by Senators Baldwin and Woodrum naming the U.S. Army Corporal John William Cruz Jr. Memorial Bridge.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 51 by Senator Grady naming the Deputy Kenneth Kenny Ward Love, Sheriff Elvin Eugene Pete Wedge, and Jailer Ernest Ray Ernie Hessen Memorial Bridge.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 32 by Senator Weld designating February 22, 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Day in West Virginia.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 33 by Senators Stover, Romano, Martin, Seipolt, and Rucker recognizing the 150th anniversary of Glenville State College.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 34 by Senator Boley congratulating St. Mary's High School golf team for winning the 2021 Class A State Golf Championship.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
Senate Resolution 35 by Senator Maynard congratulating Tug Valley High School Lady Panthers for winning the 2021 Class A State Championship in girls basketball.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 36 by Senator Maynard, recognizing Tug Valley cheerleaders for winning the 2021 Class A state championship.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 37 by Senator Geffert, recognizing Leadership Berkeley for its services, dedication, and commitment to Berkeley County.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day. Motions, petitions,
There are none.
unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 49, establishing Honor Guard in each National Guard unit.
Resolution will be referred to the Committee on the Military.
Senate Resolution 31, designating February 21st, 2022 as Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day.
Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference dismissed with, and the resolution be put up on its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 31, designating February 21st, 2022 as Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day.
Question is on adoption of resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of the resolution. In 2022, an estimated 62,210 people will be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in the United States, which equals to 170 people every day. Pancreatic cancer is one of the deadliest cancers and is currently the third leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States. It has even affected people here with our staff members who has to go through with this terrible disease. It's projected to become the second leading cause within the next decade, and this cancer has a 5-year survival rate of only 11%. Approximately 350 deaths will occur in West Virginia in 2022, and this is the same disease which claimed the life of former West Virginia Governor William Maryland, Patrick Swayze, among others. While overall cancer incidence death rates is declining, pancreatic cancer death rate for patients has been increasing. The number of new pancreatic cancer incidents is projected to increase by 55% between now and 2030. Mr. President, I think there's not a person in this body that hasn't been affected by this dreaded cancer one way or the other, whether it's family members or friends. I've lost several friends to pancreatic cancer, and there's a group of volunteers, some of them's down here today, and there's even some survivors here and some that's going through this. And I just urge strong support for this resolution to show them that, we care, that we support it, and hopefully going forward we can do something to help battle this dreaded disease. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed revised committee substitute for Senate Bill 221, establishing Occupational Therapy Compact. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage to bills. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 221 creates an interstate compact for occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants. The language of the proposed bill was developed by the Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact. Under the compact, occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants who are licensed in good standing in a compact member state may practice in other compact member states via a compact privilege, which is equivalent to licensure. The compact establishes a licensure data system for instant verification of licensure information. It also establishes a compact commission comprised of member state officials to carry out the compact purposes. The compact will take effect once enacted by 10 states. The Occupational Therapy Compact Commission will then convene to establish rules and to implement the data system in order to begin issuing the compact privileges. This compact is a joint initiative between the American Occupational Therapy Association and the National Board of Certification in Occupational Therapy. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Senator from Cabell, how do you wish to vote? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 274, requiring Secretary of DHHR to allocate CPS workers by Bureau of Social Services District annually. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 274 requires a DHHR Secretary shall allocate CPS workers by the Bureau for Social Services District annually and report the allocation process to the Legislative Oversight Commission on Health and Human Resources accountability by July 1st each year. Mr. President, I urge passage.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 371, authorizing miscellaneous boards and agencies to promulgate legislative rules.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed Senate Bill 414, creating special revenue account for statewide records management program. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would create a special revenue account administered by the Department of Administration. The account would allow them to fulfill their duty as the records management office for the state. Currently, it is a state contract with a vendor to provide physical storage of state records. The purpose of this fund would be to facilitate public records management with a potential move to in-house storage and help reduce the state's reliance on physical records and move more to do a digital record keeping. With the creation of the fund, the department would also be able to charge a fee for providing record-keeping storage services. That fee would be deposited into the fund. These fees would be set out in rule. Rulemaking authority is set out in which is not included in this bill, but is applicable to all of the Article 8. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 480, relating to DEP Office of Oil and Gas. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 480 is designed to properly fund the DEP's well inspection unit. It lets the Secretary of the Department of Environmental Protection charge a $100 annual oversight fee to each responsible operator of a well subject to the Office of Oil and Gas or the Horizon Well Control Act. which has not yet been plugged, and that produces 10,000 cubic feet of gas per day, determined by the State Tax Commission. The bill will also provide that those fees can be moved to the Oil and Gas Reclamation Fund at the discretion of the Chief of the Office of Oil and Gas. I'll answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to stand and speak in opposition to this bill. The bill came to energy and went through rather quickly. We unfortunately didn't get to really hear any testimony on any side of the situation with this bill. The bill was also had a second reference to finance, which was waived. $100 per well may not sound like a lot of money, but we have a lot of marginal wells that are out in our state that do need attention. And by no means does this, or do I promote taking away the attention that is needed at DEP right now in our inspection area. They say that they need 20 people. They also say that they only have 8. And you know, both of our energy sectors, coal and gas, go through cycles. And inspectors, unfortunately, come and go. And they're short now. If you look at the fiscal note, and as the chairman mentioned, he goes, this affects all wells that produce 10,000 cubic feet a day, or also known as 10 MCF. The fiscal note says that there's just under 14,000 of those. So the rough cost of this is about $1.3 million. Not a big number. My concern and caution is that we're moving into something rather quickly without a full review of everything. And when I mention the full review, it's not only oil and gas, but it's also our coal industry. They run into the same issues as it relates to inspections and needs. You know, we've had a lot of federal money that's out there as it relates to dealing with abandoned wells or abandoned mines, but we've not really had the discussion as it relates to maybe properly utilizing some of those funds. Haven't really heard of a full plan from DEP as it relates to looking into the future and how to address the ups and downs as it relates to the energy sector. There's another bill that was in Energy Committee, Senate Bill 613. And this particular bill talked about using severance taxes to pay for our inspectors. What a strong way to look at this as it relates to let those that are truly earning and paying the state tax dollars to then carve off a piece out of our severance tax to pay for these inspectors. I think that personally is a more prudent way to look at this than just to go out and put an arbitrary $100 fee on certain wells that may or may not cover the long-term needs of our DEP and inspecting. Anyway, we do have a need there. I think that we need to look at this a little bit more, and I'm in opposition to this particular bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion? Senator from Tucker wish to close? Senator from Tucker to close debate.
Yes, Mr. President. This has been a problem here for the last few years I know of, that we've been trying to come up with a way to get the funding to the DEP to inspect these wells. Like the gentleman said, there's 14,000 wells, and this is just for producing wells, like I said, 10 MCF producing. So this is not inactive wells. And don't get confused, this is not for plugging wells. The excess could go to, if there's excess, it can go to the fund to plug wells. But the top priority of this bill is for inspecting active producing wells over 10 MCF. And the gentleman was correct. We had a bill in energy that would have taken 1% of the severance tax, which, yeah, if you're with the gas companies, this is a good idea because it's money they've already paid. But if you're for the taxpayers, you're taking money out of the general revenue to address a problem that we didn't create. So that's why I decided not to run that bill. You know, I look at it as, you know, it was brought up because it's unfair, because there's, you know, some companies have 6,000 wells and other, it doesn't produce that much, and other companies have the larger wells which produce a lot and they should a lot of gas, and they should pay more. But it's sort of like if you have 10 vehicles that you're running on the road, you have to pay for an inspection sticker for all 10 of them vehicles. Your neighbor who has a Mercedes and maybe has a Mercedes and BMW, he doesn't have to pay for part of your guys' or for the other person's inspection fee. So I just think this is fair. You know, $100 a year. It doesn't seem like that. It comes out to 30 cents a day for a producing well. To me, it doesn't seem, it's a no-brainer, but I've been accused of not having much brain, so maybe I'm looking at it different. But I'm just saying this is a fair way to do it for the people of West Virginia and for the industry. We'll say that this year the coal industry came to our committee and asked that we raise their fee permit on some of their inspections because they didn't want the DEP or the EPA and them to take over. They wanted to make sure that it was fully funded within the DEP, and you know, I urge passage of the bill.
Question before the Senate is passage of the bill. Shall the bill pass? All those in favor will say, vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 25 yeas, 8 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 489, clarifying amount of deputy sheriff annual salary increase.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 494, creating broadband carrier neutral and open access infrastructure development fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This committee substitute would create the Broadband Carrier Neutral and Open Access Infrastructure Development Fund. This fund shall be administered by the Department of Economic Development. The committee substitute also clarifies that the funds may only be expended for administrative office expenses and for line extension advancement and development projects, including the expansion of existing fiber and cable networks, with the proviso that if a broadband project or extension is funded by 100% of public money, the project or extension must be a carrier neutral and open access project. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks to the body and to the leadership for getting this bill on the agenda as we discussed during the special session. I'm going to take a little time because I think this is important. I don't get up and speak a lot, so I think I'm trying to make sure that I do use the time well. The Council on Foreign Relations says, to avoid falling behind the rest of the world on internet speed and access, the United States should rapidly deploy fiber optic internet nationwide. This report also indicates, and I quote, recognizing that the lack of affordable, high-speed internet has hampered economic growth. People talk about gigabit speed and symmetrical internet access, simply providing upload speeds that are equivalent to the downloads can transform choppy Zoom calls into true telepresence. Now, this may sound complicated, but it's not. Candidly, our citizens do not have access to this service, let alone addressing the affordability side of the equation. Our state ranks 44th in the country in terms of connectivity to broadband, leaving over 400,000 of our citizens without access to service. Think about that. 400,000 of our citizens. Broadband access is essential to economic, educational, and health care opportunities, yet a full fifth of our state remains unconnected. And with only 39% of West Virginians having access to affordable, defined as a plan under $60, the on-ramp to those opportunities is often simply out of reach for many household budgets. West Virginia has a narrow opportunity to catch up with the rest of the world on the last mile fiber deployment. On the NTIA, or NTIA, which is the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, fundamentally there are two models for broadband. There are virtual models and competitive markets. Without exception, communities with competition have better service and lower prices than communities with virtual models. Which model do the people of West Virginia prefer? It would be the competitive one. The NTIA Jobs Act and Broadband Program grants for middle mile broadband construction will require open access. One criticism of open access is that West Virginia markets are too small to attract multiple providers. This begs the question, are the people of one small Maine town in Massachusetts, or the town of 1,700 of a much smarter than in West Virginia, or a much smaller one in West Virginia, are they the same? Of course they're the same, and we need that same access. They and scores of others have proven that open access works in communities of every size. I would just like to say that if we're going to compete in this world, we have to have the open access model, and we have to have this fund. And this will be for the rural communities as well as what we call urban in West Virginia. I urge the adoption of this bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 529, encouraging additional computer science education in West Virginia schools. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 529 amends requirements for a plan required to be submitted to LOCIA related to computer science instruction and learning standards, and requires the updated plan to be submitted prior to the 2023 regular legislative session. The purpose of the bill is to encourage the teaching of additional computer science subject matter in schools across the state, including computational thinking, block-based programming, text-based programming, network communication, computer architecture, and cybersecurity. I'm happy to answer questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 534, clarifying that secondary source on insurance is not controlling authority. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 534 would add a single new section to our state code, and it goes in Chapter 2, Article 1, and it would be designated as Section 3, addressing the common law of the state of West Virginia. The bill, the new section addresses secondary sources of law. What is that? Well, that's treatises, restatements, articles, law review articles, explanatory texts. And the bill makes clear that those do not and cannot constitute the law of West Virginia. They can be persuasive authority. That's language the committee put in. But to the extent they do not constitute the law of West Virginia, to the extent that they would create, eliminate, expand, or restrict a cause of action, right, or remedy, or if in any degree they're inconsistent with the law of the state as expressed by the legislature in statutes or our Supreme Court of Appeals in the delineation and expression of the common law. Subsection B of the section reiterates, it really is it's something that's already part of our law, but it says that on a legal issue of first impression regarding the creation or expansion or elimination, restriction of a cause of action, right, or remedy, the circuit court may certify the question of law to the Supreme Court of Appeals. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 541 requiring homeschooled child's academic assessment be submitted by a certain date. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 541 replaces the requirement that the results of a homeschool child's academic assessment be submitted to the county superintendent at grade levels 3, 5, 8, and 11, with the requirement that the results be submitted by June 30th for the first year in which the child was homeschooled, and requires that when the results indicate that the child is making adequate academic progress, no further assessment results must be submitted. This does not reduce the requirements that they must have assessments done every single year, and they must keep 3 years' worth. It just takes away the turning in to the county administrator. I'm happy to answer questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you. Will the senator from Jefferson County yield?
Senator from Jefferson yields. Senator yields.
Senator, you and I are just kind of on opposite ends of this, but I want to be clear that the bill that passed out of education, there's only one assessment that's turned into any public education authority, and once that is cleared, there's never any more assessments that are provided, correct?
Unless there's a concern or a question raised, yes.
But there couldn't be a question raised or a concern because they're not going to see anything else from that student who might go into homeschooling in year one, provide the assessment, and then they go all the way through their senior year without anybody looking at anything that they're doing except the teacher or educator that's hired by the homeschooling parent to assess the.
So it would be the same way it is now. If someone has a concern that someone's not getting an education, there has to be a claim made either by the county superintendent or, as often happens, CPS. So it would be the same as it is now.
And you remember back in 15 or 16, I can't remember the exact year, but we compromised, you and I were part of that, where we compromised down the annual assessment, which Ohio requires and other states require.
That was actually done before I got into the
legislature. Was it? I thought you were here. And we reduced it to, I think, 4 times that they have to turn it in, correct?
That's correct.
And they have to prepare that assessment anyways. The homeschooling parents all have to prepare that assessment
once a
regardless of whether this bill passes or not.
That's correct.
And
that
so-
we have not taken away any of those assessments. So even though most states in the United States don't require homeschoolers to do any assessment, we still require it in the state of West Virginia. They still have to keep 3 years worth of the assessment just in case there's questions or concerns. But no, if this bill passes, they would only have to submit it one time.
And I question the testimony of the individual who came up to say that most states don't require this, because we found that Ohio regulation that does require it. But that aside, and again, I've said this 1,000 times, although most homeschooling parents don't listen to me, I know that the majority of homeschooling parents are doing a good job, and they're educating their kids probably as well as, if not in your case, better than our public schools can. But again, my concern is that unknown number of homeschooling parents that aren't educating their kids. There will be no review of their assessment once they turn one in and get it through that process. In other words, nobody, and that number varies. I've heard as little as 2%, I've heard as much as 25% of homeschooling parents aren't doing the job they should do, and their kids aren't getting education. We're going to lose track of them if this bill passes. Don't you agree?
So I have never heard those statistics that you just mentioned, but I want to point out that most counties, the form gets turned in and it gets filed, and no one's actually looking at what the assessment is, again, unless there's a question asked or a concern. And I want to point out that I have not heard of a single case where a homeschooler assessment has ever raised concerns. Never.
Well, you raised that because it was raised about Harrison County, my home county. I called my school board personnel. They said that they look at every one of them, that they've never had a complaint about looking at them. They assign it to a specific administrator, and that they have raised concerns. So that was a little contrary to the testimony we heard. But just to be clear, all that a homeschooling parent has to do is take the assessment that's already prepared under the laws that currently exist, and at years 3, 5, 8, and 11, I believe, put a stamp on it and mail it to the county administrator.
Or drop it off.
Or drop it off.
That's correct.
Mr. President, I'll speak to the bill with your permission. Mr. President, contrary to popular belief, I'm a fan of homeschooling. I think that we have parents who do a tremendous job in educating their children, and in many cases better than what public schools can, for particular reasons, for those particular children, their family situation, as the case may be. But what we're doing here by passing this bill, we're saying to parents, good and bad, get through one assessment, send it to the county, you never have to have any more contact with your public school system. I understand freedom and freedom from regulation, but don't we want to have, in today's day and age, an opportunity to make sure that our kids are getting educated and not find out when they're 18 that they can't read, write, or do arithmetic, and that their only hope is on the welfare lines or inside of our prisons? And we can close our eyes and talk about freedom and liberty and everything else, but public education is the basic foundation of this country. You don't get an education, you got no chance in this country. You don't get an education, you're going to be a burden on the taxpayers in one way or another. Your only outlets will be drugs and video games. And how can that be good for our children? How can we completely abandon oversight of a system that nobody knows whether there's 2% or 25% of the kids who aren't getting educated by parents who don't want to send them to school or make them do their homework so they homeschool? I mean, the assessments, sure, they can take standardized testing. The big one's the portfolio progress. I'm not even sure what that is. But that's all they got to do is put a stamp on it, lick the stamp, put it in an envelope, and send it to their counties. And shame on the counties if they're not looking at it. My county looks at it. My county dedicates a staff person to that, to make sure that it complies, to make sure that there's progress, to make sure that the kid is getting an education. Without an education, there is no American dream. It'll be an American pit. It'll be a whole class of citizens that will not contribute to our society, will not get a job, will not come to work in our aerospace industry because they can't add 2 and 2 or divide or know what a fraction is. That would be devastating. All we're talking about is licking a stamp and putting it on an envelope. I heard stress and fear and everything else that goes with doing that. But if you're doing it anyways, how does licking a stamp and putting it on an envelope make a difference? Come on, use our common sense. I'm all for homeschooling. I'm not for homeschooling in the shadows, in the back hollows of West Virginia where nobody sees those children or knows what kind of education they're getting other than the parents and whoever they hire to review their progress. We know how that goes. We know how you can pay somebody to do the old stamp of approval. Let's do our job. Let's make sure these kids get a good education. We're not asking them to do anything they're not already doing except licking that stamp and putting it on an envelope. Mr. President, I'm a no vote on this bill, and I urge everyone else to do the same.
Is there further discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I don't sit on Senate Education Committee, but I've had a chance to review this bill, and I don't have too much more to add other than what the senator from Harrison already stated. I have no objection to homeschool children or homeschooling children. I've got relatives that homeschool their children. But the reason why these assessments are required at 3rd, 5th, 8th, and 11th is to benefit the homeschool children. That's who it benefits, so that we can make sure that these kids are still getting the education at home that they would get in public school. I don't know why we would want to reverse that. You know, we talk a big game about workforce and an educated workforce. Well, this is part of that, making sure that our kids are educated to take advantage of the opportunities that come to our state. It's that simple. So I urge a no vote on SB 541. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Jefferson, wish to close debate? Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you so much. You know, it really is wonderful to hear so much support for homeschoolers, and there's a reason for why there is so much support for homeschoolers. Homeschoolers in general in this state are doing really well. As a matter of fact, I requested our public higher ed institutions to do internal reports and submit them to me, telling me about how homeschoolers do when they are admitted into 2-year or 4-year institutions, and just wanted to get an idea. What kind of help do they need? Where are there delays or weaknesses? And uniformly, from every single higher ed institution, 2-year and 4-year, they told me they don't have any concerns raised with the homeschooling community, that the homeschooling students have no problem integrating into the environment, and they do not seem to have any major deficiencies in any subject area. And I'm happy to share that with anyone who would like to see it. It's in my office. What this bill does, it does not change the requirement they have to do annual assessments. It does not change that they must keep records in case there's questions or concerns as to what the child is doing. It does not change that the county superintendent who has a concern can raise those concerns and can look into what the child is doing. It doesn't change the DHHR oversight over any complaints that a child is being neglected. For what this bill does is essentially respects parents. Parents are the primary educators of their children. Parental involvement in education is the #1 indicator of a child being successful in education, no matter whether they're in public, private, or any other home education setting. This bill says that we trust and respect those parents. And we are giving them the ability to homeschool because we respect their right that they're the primary educators. Unlike most states in the United States, we do require annual assessments. Who is going to care more than a parent if a child is falling behind? Who is going to be more concerned if a child is not up to par than the parent who is ultimately responsible for that child? We can and should respect our fellow citizens to exercise their rights and to empower them to do so. I urge passage because this is a bill that makes us more competitive. It reduces the bureaucracy and the paperwork that our school county administrators have to deal with, and it shows that we respect and support parents.
Question 4, Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 20 yeas, 13 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 568 relating to health insurance loss ratio information. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Wood.
President, this bill modifies sections of the insurance code in articles applicable to group accident and sickness insurance, hospital, medical, dental, and health service corporations, health care corporations, and health maintenance organizations. The bill requires insurers and corporations that are governed by these articles, if they consider a loss ratio at the time of renewal of a policy, plan, or contract, to provide the loss ratio and the components of the loss ratio calculation to the insureds and subscribers upon request. The bill defines loss ratio as the total losses paid out in medical claims divided by the total earned premiums. As to health maintenance organizations, the bill does not entitle subscribers or beneficiaries to the loss ratio information on any Medicaid or children's health insurance program, policy, plan, or contract. This bill would enable consumers of certain health insurance products to obtain information to allow them to make more informed decisions. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 571 declaring certain claims to be moral obligations of state. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the annual claims bill, which declares claims decided by the Claims Commission to be moral obligations of the state. They have all been adjudicated by the Commission, and orders awarding various amounts have been entered. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 573, providing system where magistrates shall preside in certain instances outside normal court hours. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 573 would amend a single section of our state code. It's in Chapter 50, Article 1. Article 1 is courts and their officers, and it would amend Section 13, which addresses service of magistrates outside their county. So there's current law in this, and the current law allows the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to send magistrates from one county to another where a magistrate has to be disqualified, or in other circumstances that you need somebody in there temporarily. The bill will add a couple new subsections to the statute, and it deletes one. It deletes subsection C, which is a vestige of a period of time when magistrates were paid on a two-tier system. And there was a differentiation for a long time between large counties and small counties in the salaries of magistrates. This legislature eliminated that years ago, so this subsection that refers to that is out, would be out. The biggest piece of this is the new subsection D. And what we're saying in this is we're requesting the Supreme Court of Appeals to develop a rule, a system, in which it will assign magistrates on an alternating basis to preside over, and there are 5 things. And these are 5 things that occur on occasion outside of normal court hours. They are initial appearances, because people can get arrested 24/7. You know, they don't necessarily just get arrested between 9 and 5 every day. So initial appearances, petitions for domestic violence, those occur 24 hours a day. Emergency protective orders, those occur 24 hours a day. Emergency mental health petitions, those can occur 24 hours a day. And emergency juvenile delinquency petitions, and applications for the issuance of search warrants. So these are things that occur in the magistrate court, oftentimes not during the normal court hours. So we're asking the court to make a rule so that, and the rule will provide we're asking the court to consider a rule that provides for circuit-wide or other regional basis, as determined by the Supreme Court of Appeals, to assign magistrates to do that for an area. And we say that the authority of that magistrate be equal to the jurisdiction and authority of the magistrate elected or appointed in a county in which he or she is directed to preside. The last new piece of this, subsection E, this is part of, it's actually all part of what we've learned during the last 2 years with this pandemic. You know, we've learned that it's possible to do many things over the internet, or with Teams, or with Zoom, or Skype, that, you know, we never really considered or thought possible before, never needed to. But subsection E says nothing will be construed to prohibit proceedings authorized by subsection D to be held remotely, if that is determined to be appropriate by the Supreme Court. So now, just the language, in case anybody has any questions, we use the words, the Supreme Court of Appeals is requested to develop a rule. And there's a reason for that. Under Article 8 of the Constitution, the Supreme Court has rulemaking authority. So unlike executive branch agencies where we direct, you know, the DEP to make a rule, we direct the Department of Education or the Aeronautics Board to make a rule. We don't do that with the judiciary because it's within their constitutional power and prerogative, and we respect Article 5 of the Constitution, the separation of powers of the branches of government. So this is a request for them to develop a rule that would make it, we think, more efficient operation of the magistrate courts for those things that occur after normal hours. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting. Having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 575, ensuring that imposition of certain sexual offenses apply to persons working in juvenile facilities. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 575 would amend a single section of our state code. It's in Chapter 61. Those are criminal offenses. Article 8B, which are sexual offenses. Section 10, it's existing law. We're amending it to expand it a little bit to make clear. Section 10 was passed about 20 years ago, and Section 10 makes it clear that when somebody's incarcerated, there is no such thing as consent, okay? It can't be given. We're talking about consent to sexual acts. No guard can ever have sex with an inmate, period. If he does, it's a felony. And there is no such thing as consent when somebody's incarcerated. This expands it out a little bit. The legislature had expanded it out before, but it makes it clear. It addresses adult offenders serving a sentence or a period of supervision. So if somebody's on parole, it's a felony for his parole officer or her parole officer to have sex with her. Juvenile offenders detained or committed or serving a period of supervision under the provisions of 6211B. Be happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 593, allowing Marshall University's Forensic Analysis Laboratory access and participation in West Virginia DNA database for certain purposes. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 593 amends a single section of the code. It's in Chapter 15, Article 2B, Section 3. Section 3 relates to definitions. It defines CODIS, conviction, other terms. The whole purpose of this bill, there's new language, and it says the Forensic Analysis Laboratory of Marshall University Forensic Science Center is hereby designated by the legislature and the state police to be a criminal justice agency for purposes of the lab's participation in the West Virginia DNA database and the National Missing and Unidentified Person System. It's a big deal for Marshall. A lot of this work was all handled by a school and college in North Texas across the country until recently. But this is going to designate Marshall. Be happy to answer questions or urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this. This has been a long series since about 1993, a long series of steps that the forensic DNA lab at Marshall has taken. This allows them to access about $2.5 million over 5 years for tests such as the chairman described, the senator from Oregon. And once again, this body, over the period of this time, about 30 years, has allowed this to happen in conjunction with what's happening at the state police. So the state police is in support of this. I think this is a tool of economic development where we have the expertise in West Virginia, and it's a very good thing for Marshall University.
So further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall put the machine. Senator from Wyoming. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill is used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 595 relating to Dangerousness Assessment Advisory Board. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 595 amends one single section of the code. It's in Chapter 27, Article 6A. That's forensic evaluations, competency, and criminal responsibility of persons. And it's Section 13 we're amending. Section 13, a few years ago, we passed, created a Dangerousness Assessment Board. Okay, and we did that in conjunction with a bill to try to put some controls and regulation on the release of people who are in state hospitals having been determined to be not guilty by reason of mental illness or insanity. You know, what we said in a bill we passed a couple years ago, those people could be released only by order of the circuit judge that sent them there. And we created this Dangerousness Assessment Board to help the circuit judges evaluate whether it's safe to release a particular person from involuntary hospitalization on that basis. This amendment to this, the amendment to this section that would be affected by this bill makes it clear that the individual board members are not subject to subpoena. They can't be subpoenaed into a hearing for participating as a member of the assessment board, but that the circuit court can request the board to make all documents, reports, and other materials that were used by the board in making its report available to the court or the parties in a judicial proceeding where it's relevant. So they're not be dragging, the bill says you're not going to be dragging individual board members into the 55 counties of the state, but rather the collective materials, reports, and documents considered by the entire board. Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall put the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 598, establishing partnerships and aid for at-risk veterans to combat suicide. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 598 comes to us as a governor's bill and from the Secretary of Veterans Assistance. Many of you may remember that last year we passed a resolution having the Veterans Assistance undertake a study of how to put together a program for suicide prevention among veterans. This bill, the legislation you have in front of you, is a result of the discussions that we had in the interims throughout 2021. Mr. President, Senate Bill 598 is a bill that addresses a debt to be repaid, and it's not a debt of gratitude, but is instead a debt that is related to the experiences of those who served in the wars that we've had. Our service, veterans' service in wars that we didn't ask for, but served in and came home, and as a result of that service, and as a result of those experiences, suffer from scars that you can see and scars that you can't see. And this is meant to address the scars that you can't see. One of the most important things that this bill does, Mr. President, is that it allows for the Department of Veterans Assistance to enter into partnerships with mental health providers, with other private entities, but also more importantly, I feel, with veteran service organizations around the state. And I feel that is particularly important because there was a large study done recently that showed that veterans that have thoughts of suicide, thoughts of self-harm, are much more open to talking to a fellow veteran, to talking to a non-mental health provider that deals with veterans' issues than they are in going to a mental health provider and opening up to that person who may not have served or have the same shared experiences that they do. And so I feel that is probably the most important part of this piece of legislation. The bill also allows for the Department of Veterans Assistance to offer grants to veterans service organizations and other private entities around the state who work with veterans to address this problem. But it also allows the Veterans Assistance to seek grants from the federal government or other entities that may allow for an expanded use of what we're talking about here in this bill. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 609, allowing DOH Commissioner to accept ownership of rented and leased equipment. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an agency bill from the Division of Highways. It allows the division to accept ownership of equipment if the equipment has been rented, leased by the division, maintained by the division, and the equipment vendor voluntarily relinquishes ownership of the equipment. The bill sets forth some requirements related to taking ownership of such equipment. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine to ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 611, removing cap on bidder's contract bond. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you again, Mr. President. This agency bill provides flexibility when setting bidder surety or collateral bond on competitive bids on contract for work and materials. The bill allows surety or collateral bond to exceed the contract price. The bill also updates old language. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare them. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 660, setting forth standard of care requirements for telehealth practice.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Hey, Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 4060, repealing outdated sections of code relating to health. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the purpose of this bill is just to simply repeal outdated sections of the code relating to the State Coalition for Diabetes Management, the State Coalition for Responsible Pain Management, and the State Advisory Coalition for Palliative Care. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? If not, question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the... Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4369, update the telepsychology compact. The bill is advanced third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill updates the telepsychology compact by adding educational criteria for foreign graduates. In order for a foreign graduate to practice telepsychology, the foreign graduate must meet the criteria set forth in existing code and also hold a graduate degree in psychology that meets the following criteria. The program, wherever it is administratively housed, shall be clearly identified and labeled as a psychology program. Such program shall specify in pertinent institutional catalogs and brochures its intent to educate and train professional psychologists. The psychology program shall stand as recognizable, coherent, organizational entity within the institution. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House. Bill's on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 137, requiring persons convicted of certain felonies on or after March 8, 1995, provide DNA samples. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 216, creating Student Journalist Press Freedom Restoration Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 226, allowing substitute teachers who suspect unfair exclusion from certain assignments to request explanation from certain school officials.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 486, allowing PERS retirees to designate Special Needs Trust as beneficiary. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 488, eliminating restrictions on voting rights for formerly incarcerated individuals.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there objection? Objection's been heard. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be the bill be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be referred to rules. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the senior senators from the 17th motion passed. The bill will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 523, transferring oversight of Jobs Investment Trust Fund to West Virginia Economic Development Authority. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 535, providing for revocation of school personnel certification or licensure in certain circumstances. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 548, authorizing Workforce West Virginia employers to obtain employment classifications and work locations. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 585, creating administrative medicine license for physicians not practicing clinical medicine. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 597, relating to PSC underground facilities, damage prevention, and one-call system. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 624, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR, Division of Health Laboratory Services. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 625, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR, Division of Health Vital Statistics account. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 626, supplementing, amending, and increasing existing items of appropriation from State Road Fund to DOT DMV. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 627, supplementing, amending, and increasing existing item of appropriation from State Road Fund to DOT DOH. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 634, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR, Division of Health Hospital Services Revenue Account, Special Fund, Capital Improvement, Renovation, and Operations. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, requiring Consolidated Public Retirement Board to set contributions to Deputy Sheriff's Retirement System. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 669, relating to contribution levels of certain judges who participate in retirement system. Second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill move to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Senate Bill 670, permitting newly hired 911 personnel to participate in emergency medical services retirement system. Second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill move to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed House Bill 3303, relating to clarifying the process of filling vacancies on ballots. Second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill move to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Bills on first reading. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Bills be advanced. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members. Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. The other day I was talking about the fact that by not cutting our income tax starting in 2017, we were being left behind. And I talked about how many states had changed their income tax, lowered it last year, but I thought, maybe it's important to sort of tell where our neighbors are. In 2017, Pennsylvania already had a lower income tax than us, and they haven't changed there. They're still much lower than us. And Virginia was already lower than us, and that hasn't changed either. They're much lower than us. But in the meantime, Kentucky, another one of our bordering states, has cut their income tax by about 17%. Maryland, another bordering state, has cut their income tax by 18%. And Maryland is, you know, a lot of times people try to present this as a partisan issue. Clearly, Maryland is not a hardcore Republican state, and yet they cut their income taxes by 18%. And Ohio, since 2017, has cut their income tax by 28%. So now we've gone from kind of middle of the road in our region. Some were higher, some were lower. We are now the highest income tax state in our little area here, states that border us. But even beyond that, if you look at the Mason-Dixon line as one delineator there, everybody south of the Mason-Dixon line, with the exception of South Carolina, has a lower income tax than the state of West Virginia. And this year, South Carolina's Senate and House leadership is in the process of negotiating how they can reduce their income tax. And it looks like they're going to land somewhere between 5 and 5.5%, which will be much lower than the state of West Virginia. At that point, south of the Mason-Dixon line and east of the Mississippi River, we'll have the highest income tax of any state in the country. Well, in that region, I should say. And so, you know, we oftentimes talk about not wanting to be a bad outlier. How much worse can it get than having the highest income taxes in that entire area? So we're going to be a much bigger outlier once South Carolina gets done with that. The only exception to what I just said there is the state of Wisconsin, which does have one higher bracket than ours for people who make more than $280,000 a year. If you make less than $280,000 a year, their highest bracket is 5.3%. At a time when we're sitting on $1 billion surplus, we could do, you know, a 30% cut and still have a surplus. To have 4,007 not running out of a committee when it's only a 10% income tax reduction, it seems to me like we're definitely putting ourselves into a position where we're not only already behind, but we're going to get much worse behind. We have the ability to make this cut now. We have plenty of money as a surplus this year, projected surpluses next year, and I think for several out years after that, we're probably going to have similar size surpluses. We could do this, and I would just ask that, Mr. President, if we could get this bill on the agenda so that we can get it through the committee, through the body, on the governor's desk, and get started bringing West Virginia, instead of being a bad outlier, let's become a good outlier, the kind of outlier that people want to come to, create jobs in, bring their family to, and so on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks? Senator from Jefferson. Excuse me, junior senator from the 16th. I do it all the time. Sorry.
Whoever I am. Thank you, Mr. President. Today is George Washington's birthday, but I think it's important we also remember the ladies. There are many people who will say that the winter that our troops spent at Valley Forge would have been a complete failure except for the courage of Martha Washington, who stayed in Valley Forge. I would also remind you that Abigail Adams, as we were writing our founding documents, said, please remember the ladies. So I'm rising to say, please remember the ladies in our Constitution, in our West Virginia Constitution. It was not until the 1950s that there was an amendment put in our Constitution for women to be allowed to serve on juries. So please remember the ladies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the spirit of my friend from Randolph County, I'd like to stand and remind the President that there's a couple bills out there that benefit our local volunteer fire departments. One from a senator across the aisle there, which raises the surcharge on homeowners insurance to 1%. That's a 0.45% increase. My understanding is that's $5 on $100,000 value of your home. I've also had a bill in doing the same thing for almost 5 years. I think we got it through one committee one time. I just want you to realize that this is a time bomb, Mr. President, that is getting ready to explode. Our volunteer fire departments are struggling across the state. Volunteerism is down. The training has become onerous and expensive, and maintaining their equipment's become almost impossible. Now, I think a lot of firemen, volunteer firemen, I remember standing in my dad's store in the window Another Ford Volunteer Fire Department was across the street, and when that siren would go off, men would come running out of their homes, getting dressed in their fire gear to go put out the fire. Now, that's important if your house is on fire. But let me tell you why it's more important to us. If these fire departments start closing down, and there's many of them teeter-tottering on the edge, your homeowner's insurance, if you don't have a fire department or you're not in a first due area, won't go up 10%, won't go up 50%, won't go up 100%. It'll go up 400% if you can get homeowners coverage on your house. Think about that. Think about people whose mortgages will go into default, people who won't be able to get mortgages. And we need to do something. And this is a small step. I don't know what the opposition is. I hear it from the insurance industry, and their arguments just make no sense, Mr. President. But these need to get on an agenda, and they need to get passed. We also have a bill in here that creates a presumption of coverage for certain diseases, respiratory diseases that are suffered by our volunteer firemen who go into these burning homes and save our property and our loved ones. And Mr. President, I'd ask that be considered too. But these bills shouldn't just languish. We need to address these issues head on. Maybe there's another answer. Let's get it out there and debate it and figure out what that answer is for the sake of all of our volunteer fire departments and the people they protect, who are us, Mr. President. Thank you.
Further remarks? Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the junior senator from the 16th and the senator from Harrison please be printed in the appendix.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Junior senator from the 8th.
Yes, Mr. President, I was not planning to speak, but today is President's Day, and I would never seek to replace the eloquence of the Judiciary Chairman and Senator from Morgan when he speaks of Lincoln. But like him, I just marvel at the life of Abraham Lincoln. And there's so many lessons that can be gained if you read about him. I've read about him more than I have any other figure, and I've reread books on him more than any other books I've reread. One of the lessons of Lincoln is just his amazing capacity at forgiveness, forbearance. He was a magnanimous fellow. I've never committed the Gettysburg Address to memory, nor his second inaugural, but everyone from this chamber, if they've not read it recently, should take the time to do so, because one of the fascinating things about both speeches is he doesn't talk about, when he speaks of soldiers consecrating the ground, he doesn't speak of just Union soldiers, but Confederate soldiers as well. When he talks in his second inaugural about binding up the wounds of the nation, he doesn't talk about just the Union soldiers or the northern states. He talks about the entire United States of America. And that's amazing given the fact that Confederates were traitors. They took up arms against the United States of America. And yet, through war, through everything, Lincoln always had that resolve to forgive. Again, I ask you all to look back on the lessons of Lincoln on this day, this President's Day, especially in light of Senate Bill 488, which has just been put into rules, and I hope will make a reappearance, because that bill is a bipartisan bill, and all it says is to those who've committed felonies and have served time, that you are automatically registered to vote once you finish your time. The right to vote is very important. It's the freedom of expression. It's the greatest freedom of expression that we have. And just like Lincoln, I hope we can forgive those who've committed acts, served their time, and then welcome them back in the fold, as we did with our Confederate brothers and sisters. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the remarks of the junior senator from the 8th be printed in the appendix to the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Further remarks? Miscellaneous business. Senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Are there announcements? Senior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 451M.
Further announcements. Senator from Wyoming.
President, your Committee on Natural Resources meets at 1 today, 208 West.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3 o'clock p.m. in the Judiciary Committee Room 208 West Wing.
Further announcements. Senator from Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Military will meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. in room 208 West, and the agenda has been posted.
Further announcements. Senator from Wetzel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in room 451M. The agenda has been posted.
Further announcements. Senator from Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Banking and Insurance will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 451M.
Further announcements. If not, the question before the Senate stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare we're Senate adjourned.
Hello, everyone. It's Monday, February 21st. It's President's Day. I just got through having the opportunity to meet with the West Virginia Federation of Republican Women. Ladies that are doing great work, and I was excited to see them, and I think we had a wonderful meeting, and so I thank them for all the great work that they're doing every day, and proud of them in every way. Today, we've lost another 37 people in West Virginia. Those, I'll ask again for your prayers, your thoughts, your phone calls, your letters, or whatever it may be to these folks and these families and all these people's loved ones. But now we're up to 6,183 deaths in West Virginia. I'm going to give you some good information here that'll make you maybe feel a little better, or maybe a little more hope or optimism, as we go through this and everything. But we ask again that you'll stand arm in arm with these folks that we've lost and all their loved ones. The 6,147th death is a 62-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,148th death, an 89-year-old male from Wood County. The 6,149th death, a 63-year-old female from Randolph County. The 6,150th death, an 83-year-old male from Wood County. The 6,151st death, a 62-year-old male from Randolph County. The 6,152nd death, a 63-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 6,153rd death, an 89-year-old female from Fayette County. The 6,154th death, a 71-year-old female from Mingo County. The 6,155th death, a 55-year-old male from Lincoln County. The 6,156th death, a 74-year-old female from Raleigh County. The 6,157th death, a 67-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,158th death, a 57-year-old male from Ritchie County. The 6,159th death, a 90-year-old male from Wood County. The 6,160th death, an 81-year-old female from Mason County. The 6,161st death, a 65-year-old male from Marion County. The 6,162nd death, a 92-year-old female from Clay County. The 6,163rd death, a 76-year-old female from Mineral County. The 6,164th death, a 57-year-old male from Wetzel County. The 6,165th death, a 78-year-old female from Ohio County. The 6,166th death, an 85-year-old female from Greenbrier County. The 6,167th death, an 86-year-old female from Wood County. The 6,168th death, a 73-year-old male from Randolph County. The 6,169th death, a 63-year-old female from Lewis County. The 6,170th death, a 67-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,171st death, a 69-year-old female from Wood County. The 6,172nd death, a 90-year-old male from Raleigh County, rather. The 6,173rd death, a 50-year-old, let me back up. The 6,172nd death is a 90-year-old male from Raleigh County. The 6,173rd death is a 50-year-old male from Mingo County. The 6,174th death is an 81-year-old male from Greenbrier County. The 6,175th death is a 71-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 6,176th death is an 83-year-old female from Raleigh County. The 6,177th death is a 75-year-old female from Marion County. The 6,178th death is a 61-year-old male from Jefferson County. The 6,179th death is an 85-year-old female from Raleigh County. The 6,180th death is a 63-year-old female from Putnam County. The 6,181st death is a 90-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,182nd death is an 85-year-old male from Monongahela County. And the 6,183rd death in West Virginia is a 56-year-old female from Wood County. I really hope you pick up on these. The fact that all that I read through here, there was 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the 37 folks that we lost here were in their 50s. Everyone else older than in their 50s. Now, really, what is all that telling us over and over and over? If you're 50 and above, and you've been vaccinated, and I'm sure a bunch of these folks were never vaccinated, but if you've been vaccinated and you're 50 and above, recognize that this disease is killing the elderly over and over and over. And please recognize, if you took the time to be vaccinated, that your vaccination, if you're 6 months out from your last shot, your vaccinations are worthless to you right now almost. Absolutely, you've got to get that booster shot. That's all there is to it. Just look at the math and look at the tea leaves and stack the deck in your favor. This is good news right here. Now, we want our active cases to be 0, but we're down from active cases in the 20,000s or approaching 30,000 down to 4,665 cases now. And that's a lot better. We did have 3,101 new positive cases in the last 24 hours, and our daily positivity rate was at 10.82. Our cumulative rate is at 8.39. We've got almost 475,000 people in West Virginia that have gotten COVID and now recovered. You know, again, we want it to be 0, but we're down from well above 1,000 to 645 people that are hospitalized now, 152 in the ICU units, and 80 that are on ventilators. We have lots and lots and lots of counties that are green now. 17 green counties and no red counties. Well, when Baby Doll was going, you know, I thought, we're going to pick that up on the audio too. I'm sorry, just a couple little technical problems here and everything, but let me jump back to our numbers just 1 second and say, our active cases are down to 4,665 from, like I said before, and I don't know if you got it, but well over 20,000 and approaching 30,000. Our new positive cases in the last 24 hours were at 3,105, and that's surely high. But daily positivity rate at 10.82 and the cumulative rate at 8.39. 475,000 right at that have now recovered from COVID of West Virginians. It's hard to believe, that that's well over a fourth of our total population has gotten COVID and recovered. 645 people are now in the hospital, and that's significantly less, and that's good. We want it to be zero, and let's just keep working at this as hard as we possibly can. 152 in the ICU units and 80 on ventilators, and we got a bunch of green counties, 17 green counties in the state now, and no red counties, and that's good. Before I go any further, though, this just took a little while, I guess, to get to me, but this was written, by a wonderful young lady. I think she's 11 years old, and drawn by her as well. Her dad is Tom Bowen, and this is her letter to me, and I'm going to read it to you. It says, Dear Governor Justice. Now just think about this. This is, again, I think she's 11 years old. I'm not sure that I've got that exactly right, but I think. But she wrote, when I heard you were sick with COVID, I made you this painting to cheer you up. I know you and your team have been working hard to keep all of us safe, and I was sad to hear that you were sick. I found this quote and thought it might make you and others feel better. Now imagine this, just imagine, and I want to double check. Yes, she is 11 years old. I found this quote and thought it might make you and others feel better. And it's in quotation marks. Never forget that with each day, as the sun rises, hope soars. I'm glad you are feeling better, and I hope everyone who is sick feels better soon. I'm glad you are feeling better, and I hope everyone who is sick feels better soon. Anna Kate Bowen. She's from Huntington, West Virginia, 11 years old, and I want you to look what she drew. It's unbelievable, unflat believable. She wrote on the back of it, the quote, never forget that with each day, as the sun rises, hope soars. It's really, 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 really amazing what the great kids of this state do, and just how good they really are, how smart and how good they really are. So from all that, and this is Anna Kate, yes, from all that, we thank you, and we thank her dad, Tom Bowen, and wonderful, wonderful family. So thanks so much, and I'll keep that forever, young lady. Keep up, just keep doing the great work, and keep making all of us proud. Her dad writes this, and I want to read this to you too. I hope this note finds you well. I have enclosed a painting my daughter did for the governor when she heard he was diagnosed with COVID. She's 11 years old. She has a tremendous, and this is the part that really we should pay the most attention to, or a lot of attention to. She has a tremendous heart for others, a truly compassionate person. Please give our best to Governor Justice and his wife. And thank you, Tom Bowen. So thank all of you, especially you, Anna, and congratulations on being a real talent and being a superstar for West Virginia. Now let me jump back to, to where we were. And again, I want to express all my gratitude and thanks to the National Guard. 348 Guard members that are out now that are working and deployed in 38 different facilities. I remind people about the home test. You can get those right now by looking at our covidtest.gov line and ordering them. You can get 4 per household, and you can get N95 masks. If you'll go to your community health centers or pharmacies, you ought to be able to get those now. I want to tell you again about the antibodies. A bunch of them have been discontinued, but we still have antibodies that can absolutely fight this thing and everything. If we can get you tested soon enough and know that you're positive soon enough, we can probably help in every way to save your lives. I've told you about the booster shots 1,000,000 times, and I don't know why in the world we don't run to get those booster shots. We still are making a little headway, day by day with our numbers. We're up to 71.3% of the total 18 and over now, and that's good stuff. All the information on our vaccine info line is up, all the free testing stuff, take advantage. Long-term care facilities outbreaks are at 158. That hadn't changed much. Church community is still at 0. That's really good. Corrections still falls at 314 inmates and 65 staff cases, and we congratulate all the people involved in corrections. Keep doing that great work. We remind you about giving blood. We absolutely have many still people that can take advantage of this renter and landlord program. We are amping it up more and more each and every day, and if you have called us and become frustrated or whatever it may be by the process, please don't give up. Please don't give up. Our people are getting better each and every day, and I know they're doing a lot of great work, but don't give up on this. Just stay the course just a little longer, and we're going to be able to get you those dollars and everything if you're a renter and or a landlord, and we can get you qualified. And we will get you qualified if it's legit, and we can get you through the system. We'll get it through real quickly as we possibly can. The Jump Start program I've told you a bunch about, $1,500. We can get more and more people back into the workforce. We're already at historic lows as far as our unemployment rate, but we can get some more, and we can get you a check for $1,500 if you're on the job for 8 straight weeks, and then hopefully you're going to be on the job for a long time to come. Now I've got a couple announcements that I want to do here real quickly, and one of them is I think we've probably let both of these out already, but one of them is in regard to the Hatfield and McCoy Trail. Tourism continues to do amazing work, and really at the end of the day, what did we do? I mean, let's just tell it like it is. I'm just eat up with telling the truth. You had a big guy here that said we need to put a stake in the sand and make a real commitment to being proud of our own pond. And we invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of West Virginia, and now, lo and behold, it took off almost instantaneously, and now the return is unbelievable. Unbelievable. On the Hatfields and McCoy's Trail last year, they sold 95,000 trail permits. They were up in the number by 46%. All those, and the overwhelming majority of all those folks are coming in from out of state, and hopefully, some of them are, well, there's no question, some of them are surely being encouraged and love what they see here, maybe don't like what's going on within their home state. And lo and behold, not only do they come and spend money and do all the greatness on our trails, and tourism continues to move and explode and go better and better, but a lot of those folks end up living here. And so with all that being said, I congratulate all the people, from Secretary Ruby to Secretary Gaunch and all the different people that are putting in the licks to make all this happen. All the people that are working on these trails and so on like that, what great work they're doing and everything, and it's just great stuff. That's just plain all there is to it. And At the end of the day, if all you got to do is just follow the math. Before we got here, we had 4 consecutive years of decline about people coming into West Virginia to spend, how much money they spend in West Virginia and everything. And now it's just up and up and more and more and more and more people coming, and better and better and better. So congratulations to everyone. Just keep up the great work. And the last thing is just this, is all those folks down in the southern part of the state where these trails are and everything, let me tell you this, just to be as blunt as I know to be, the southern part of the state, in a lot of ways gets forgotten or has been forgotten, not by me. I owe my whole life to the southern part of West Virginia. And with all of that, we want to help all West Virginia prosper in every way. And the challenges in southern West Virginia have been greater. We have had an explosion of good stuff, in eastern panhandle and the northern part of the state, central part of the state and everything else. And the southern part of the state is a difficult and a little bit more of a difficult struggle to get us there. But with all of that, we have to be completely committed to the King Cole Highway and the Coalfield Expressway to finish it. Finish it. That's all there is to it. And it will absolutely bridge and bring the southern part of our state right back into the flow with everybody else. It's great, great people, and I am totally committed. Nobody ever needs to question that. From the standpoint of other recreational trail grant announcements that we made, we approved $8.3 million in transportation alternative and recreational trails program grants that we put out in 29 improvement projects in 20 different counties all across West Virginia, and these include a network of recreational trails, biking, walking, sidewalks, more and more different things, that all go with it and everything. So every day we keep making it better. Every day we keep at it and just keep doing any and everything we can to make West Virginia that diamond in the rough that everybody missed. And God knows across this nation, they know it. They know it. Now, we've still got a bunch of rocks to flip in West Virginia. And we've still got a bunch of people to help in West Virginia. And we can do it. We can do it all pulling the rope together. We don't need to stand on soapboxes and, try to get attention and everything. We need to do what is best for all of us. For all of us. I'm not going to do what is best for Jim Justice. I'm not going to do what is best to get to the next office or get reelected. I am going to do what is best for West Virginia. And that's what we ought to do. From a standpoint of where we're going tomorrow, we're going back out on the road. We're going to Tucker County, and at 11 p.m. we're holding a ribbon cutting. And this is, I've said the #1 project. Now, secondarily, but not very far behind, we want to do Coalfield Expressway and King Cole Highway, do we not? But the #1 project in the state of West Virginia is finish Quarter H, and we got to really do that, that's for sure. It will bring a ton of people into West Virginia. So at 11 o'clock, we're doing a ribbon cutting ceremonies and the grand opening of the Blackwater Falls State Park, the lodge, the major renovation that's been done. But at 1 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Senator Capito and U.S. Congressman David McKinley and Jimmy Riston from our highways and transportation departments and everything. Secretary Riston is going to be there, and others, to announce a major new project on Quarter H. And I'll be posting all this stuff and live streaming and everything. But tomorrow, I guess we're going to be in Tucker County and doing good stuff up in Tucker County. We hope if you're around and everything and you want to come out and join us, please do so. That's all I got right now. Thank y'all so much.
All right, thank you, Governor. Let's now go to Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar.
Well, good morning. And following up with what the governor has said, certainly it is good news that we have seen the number of cases that are related to the Omicron variant of COVID-19 continue to reduce. We do know, however, that just like we see in our country, the number of deaths will likely lag that number. And that we know that in the US, when we compare the US to other countries, we are number 67 on the list of those who have gotten 2 vaccines in their citizens' arms, and number 54 in the countries that have gotten the booster vaccine in the arm of their citizens as well. And we know that this fact of having 2 vaccines and a booster is highly protective against the Omicron variant. It is important to note that as we had asked previously to the White House, to the FDA, and to the CDC to consider an additional booster dose, that recent data from the Centers for Disease Control show that there is some loss of potency after 2 months from the booster dose, and that seems to step down again at about 4 months. And while people still are relatively protected, the protection from emergency room visit or hospitalization goes from 88% reduction in emergency room visit, 93% reduction in hospitalization within the first 2 months after a booster. And that goes down to about 68% reduction in risk of ED visit and about 72% reduced risk of hospitalization. So even though that's still very good protection, we know that having that booster freshly available for people does make a difference. And because of this data and others that have come from places like the US, and then with the extra booster dose data coming from Israel that demonstrated in Israelis over 60 years old, there was about a 3 to 4 times increased protection against hospitalization for those older Israelis, that now in the United Kingdom, they are at least projected to start offering an additional boost in the spring. And I know that the FDA and the CDC is talking about that in America, or potentially in the fall time. And the debate in the United States, apparently, according to some sources, is that a general booster shot, or is that a more selective booster shot against the variant of most impact at that point? Right now, that would be Omicron. So suffice it to say, as the governor said, you know, we are seeing things moving in the right direction. We want to make sure, though, that our citizens, all of West Virginians, remain to be well protected. We know, again, older West Virginians are at higher risk, and those that are, 3 to 4 months after your booster might be at a little bit higher risk. And we don't say that to scare people, but just to remind folks that taking appropriate precautions, particularly if you're indoors, still considering wearing a high efficiency mask if you are in that risk group, might make a good sense for you, because we want to make sure that all West Virginians make it through this part of the residual surge from the Omicron variant of COVID-19 safe and healthy, and avoid not only hospitalizations and potentially more severe disease and death, but also try to keep from getting any of the manifestations of long COVID that can cause problems for the long period of time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Marsh. Next to retired Major General Jim Hoyer, the director of our Joint Interagency Task Force.
Good morning. Just a couple of highlights. Vaccination efforts continue, and this weekend we did see a continued trend and movement of first doses for those over the age of 18, as well as we had a good weekend, a good solid weekend for the categories of booster shots, that third shot for those not only over 18, but the over 50 and over 65 group showed a significant upward trend in those third shots. As the governor pointed out, National Guard continues to work in over 38 facilities across the state of West Virginia, continuing to help. The other thing that we have seen is, in addition to the case numbers going down, our transmission rate number continues to move in a positive downward direction, as with our hospitalizations. As Dr. Marsh has pointed out, the significance of boosters, and also provided the leadership group today some information on some data out there related to those who have had COVID and have gotten a first dose of the vaccine, that it continues to improve their ability to ward off reinfection. So we will continue to press hard, as the governor has directed us, not just with third dose booster shots, but also continuing to get other West Virginians vaccinated. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next to Dr. Ayn Amjad, our State Health Officer.
Good morning. This is non-COVID related, but very important for our families and caregivers to know about. There was an infant formula recall prior to the weekend. I'm just going to read it because it's a little bit lengthy. The FDA and CDC are investigating infant illness related to products from Abbott's Sturgis facility in Michigan from September 6, 2021 to December 18th of 2021. Parents and caregivers are urged to stop using certain Similac, Alimentum, and Elecare powdered infant formulas at the Abbott Nutrition facility in Sturgis, Michigan. There were 3 reports of Coronabacter Sakazaki infections and 1 report of Salmonella infections in infants. Some of the infants were hospitalized, and there was one reported death. Abbott did issue voluntary recalls of the powdered infant formulas. We did issue a press release prior to the weekend. The first 2 digits of the code are 22 through 37 and contain K8, SH, and Z as in zebra 2. The expiration date is April 1st or April 1st, 2022 or later. Our WIC clinics across the state are aware of this, and if you bring your formulas there, you can have them replaced likely. And Abbott did issue something on their website. You can punch in these codes as well, and I believe they will do something as well with the formulas. So just wanted to make everyone aware of that. Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you, Doctor. Secretary Bill Crouch is also joining us today and is available for questions. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. The first today from Kenny Bass with WCHS and Fox 11.
Thank you for taking a moment for a question. I guess this is for the governor as an overarching thing. As we see the numbers continue to improve, at what point do we transition into a more endemic treatment of the pandemic? And maybe this is for Dr. Marsh. Dr. Marsh, do you have a demarcation line where we go from pandemic to endemic, and it's just something we have to deal with on a daily basis as we move forward unless something medically would drastically change? Thank you.
Kenny, thanks a bunch. Dr. Marsh, I think you're a whole lot better at this than I am on this one.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Kenny. You know, Kenny, we are anticipating very soon coming to an important fork in the road. And as you rightly point out, we are starting to see a reduction of this most recent surge that has been induced by the Omicron variant of COVID-19, both because of the levels of immunity that we have in our country, both from the vaccination, immunization, boosting, but also from the native immunity. And if the COVID virus does not have a substantial additional set of mutations that creates a different kind of variant that is a much different kind of variant, then indeed, given the immunity that we have, and also the acceptance that I think our country has now for the impact of COVID-19 on our citizens, then presumably we will be navigating and transitioning to a more endemic sort of mode, which will take a little bit for that to navigate its way through. On the other hand, COVID virus has been very capable and resilient, and so not counting it out in case it takes a different turn and has more mutations that give us a brand new variant with new characteristics that would cause more problems for us. And the more people that are immunologically capable, as we're seeing today versus any other time in the pandemic, the more likely that we will see this start to fade from more pandemic to epidemic, occurring only in areas, not across the whole globe, to more endemic. But that's really the point we're at right now. So we will see what COVID does. But we are very hopeful that very soon we will continue to see this de-escalate so that we can, continue to move forward and getting back to the life that we are all hoping to see continue to grow.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Next, we'll go to Paul Mullen with WCBC.
Good morning, Governor. Good morning, panel. Good morning, fellow journalists. As we headed into the fall and winter, there was a concern that this was going to be a very bad flu season. And I wanted to know if the numbers support that, or if we had a typical flu season, or maybe even a lighter one like we did last year. Thank you.
Maybe Dr. Amjad, please.
Yes, Governor. Paul, our numbers are actually lower than previous flu seasons. So it's actually a good thing. I do think that our use of hand washing and our mask use did help. We did not see the uptake of the flu vaccine as higher than previously, but the flu cases were lower than before. So that was a good thing.
All right, thanks, Paul. Next to Charles Young with WV News.
Hi, this is Charles Young with WV News. General Hoyer, I was wondering if you could give us any update on the plans for the National Guard in our hospitals. I know you said you guys were going to be giving some recommendations at the end of last week. I was wondering if there's anything new you could tell us. Thank you.
General, please.
Yeah, Charles, actually, we are still engaged with the hospitals on determining a transition point. So we don't have a specific recommendation for the governor yet on that transition. We're also going to watch the latest information related to any extensions that might be made available to the National Guard for going later in the year, and that will have an impact on our determination as well. As soon as we have that, we will get that to you. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Charles. Next to Jess Mancini with Ogden Newspapers.
Thank you for taking my question. Kind of related to that last question, General, have you seen or gotten any information from hospitals that the stress on staffing perhaps is starting to ease because of the drop in hospitalizations and the overall drop in active cases? Thank you.
Yes, Jess, so we are getting information from our liaison that works in the Joint Interagency Task Force that as numbers continue to drop, hospitals are starting to see relief in that. They have seen a number of staff come back to work who have had to deal with COVID themselves. That combined with the support from the National Guard has led to a significant feedback from hospital CEOs that the assistance that we, the state of West Virginia, under the governor's direction, has provided has been significant in helping them weather this storm, and that we are starting to trend in the correct direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jess. Governor, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, I always try to make notes and everything. I'm just looking at them real quickly and everything, but, Dr. Marsh, I think, did a great job answering the question as far as moving from a pandemic to an endemic, and wouldn't that be wonderful? I mean, in all honesty, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could really start pulling out of this? And wouldn't it be wonderful if we could take Anna's words, and in regard to the sun and as hope soars and everything, and absolutely, wouldn't it just be wonderful that we have brighter days coming in West Virginia? We know we're going to get through this. We're just too tough to not get through it. But with all of that, it's been a long 2 years, has it not? And And then the question about the flu season, you know, there has been, I guess, a lot of precautions, a lot of things, people, you know, just awareness and everything that people, you know, are doing a little bit better. But it's good to hear that Dr. Amjad is reporting that the number of cases in our flu season are down, and that's good stuff too. So really, at the end of the day, that's all I've got. You know, I just would ask everyone, you know, to try to be prudent, try to take the proper precautions, but live life. I mean, God has given us another incredible day, and that day that He's given us is truly a gift. So live life and enjoy. Don't let anybody steal your joy. And so we're going to get through it, West Virginia. I'm really proud of all of you. Thank you so much.
Lord will please vacate the chamber. All members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer today by Reverend Cummings, guests of the delegates from the 3rd, Delegate Storch and Delegate Fluharty.
Thank you. Dear God, we live in a world that is in a hurry for everything, including decisions. It's also a world that is increasingly quarrelsome and full of conflict. But you have called these leaders and legislators to be decision makers. And sometimes when they're faced with the most difficult decisions, I'm sure they feel at times like running away and hiding. But with your help, you will guide them to make the right decisions that will benefit our entire state of West Virginia. We thank you, Lord, for this gathering, for this opportunity to serve you in prayer. We ask you to set your blessing upon this West Virginia House of Delegates and everyone here and the matters they are to discuss. May they act in wisdom, love, and give you glory. May we all work with you to make our world a better world. We know you have called this special group of men and women to stand in your place as fair-minded adjudicators of order. Thank you for the example of your son, who taught us to deliberate in the search for right answers. We pause in a moment of quietness to ask your spirit to rest upon us. Give us courage to rise to the challenge. Lord, we pray right now that you would bless America, bless West Virginia. Thank you in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. All members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the lady from the 3rd, Delegate Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the guests in the gallery and my colleagues join me in saying our pledge? Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Friday, February 18th, 2022.
Journal the 2nd, Delegate DeSerio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The Journal the 2nd, Delegate DeSerio, asks unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th for a calendar update.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On special calendar, 3rd reading, House Bill 4314 and House Bill 4462 were moved to the House calendar. On House calendar, 3rd reading, House Bill 3122, 4087, 4282, and 4418 were moved to the special calendar. On House calendar, 2nd reading, House Bill 4162 was moved to the special calendar.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll note that we're joined today by
should have been 4262, that last one. 42.
For the benefit of all the members, the chair would note that the report of the Committee on Rules moved the Bill House 4262 rather than House Bill 4162 to the special calendar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you'll note that in the galleries today we're joined by a number of FFA students from across West Virginia. Today is the beginning of National FFA Week all across America. Chair is joined at the podium today by Gabby Wolf from Preston County. Gabby is the state president of the West Virginia Association FFA, and if there's no objections, President Wolf will lead us through introductions today.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 13, Delegate Pinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to be joined by FFA members from all over the state. And in just a moment, I'm going to have each FFA member and each FFA advisor stand for introductions. But first, I'd like to introduce our state FFA officer team, led by our state president, Ms. Gabby Wolf from Preston County. Thank you for being here. Our state secretary, if you'd please stand. Our state secretary, Ms. Shayla Bourne from Gilmer County. And then we have vice presidents, if you'd please stand as I call your name. Chloe Gilkerson from Lincoln County, Allison Wickline from Greenbrier County, and Caitlin Lukehart from Putnam County. This is our state FFA officer team. They're joined by state FFA advisor and longtime friend of mine, Nathan Taylor, if you'd please stand. Then we have FFA members all throughout the galleries, north, south, and west galleries, and FFA advisors. If you'd please stand all over the building, let the House see that you're here today standing for agriculture education, and if my colleagues would please join me in helping them to feel welcome today.
The chair recognizes the speaker from District 49, Delegate Summers.
Thank you. The doctor of the day is Tracy Hendershot of Elizabeth, West Virginia, and joining him is medical student Aaron Stravrakis of Morgantown, if we would make them feel welcome. Also in the North Gallery are FFA students from Taylor County. If they would please stand. Caitlin Dedamore, Alicia Shelton, Amber Smith, Anna Stottlemyre, and special appreciation to their teacher, if she would stand, who took the day to bring them down.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 38, Delegate Graves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have three of the best constituents ever up in the North Gallery. I just want to say I don't know how I got so lucky, but I'm grateful every day. We have Mike and Diana Kessler. They're from Cross Lanes, joined with Ben Beeks, whom we all know and greatly respect. So if they could stand, and House make them welcome.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 34, Delegate Boggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and wonderful to have you here today. I'm very, very, very happy, pleased, and honored to introduce Paige here for me today. Mackenzie Conrad. Mackenzie has been here for many, many years. Her parents, Dr. Chris Conrad and Carla Conrad, are in the West Gallery, if they would stand also. And Mackenzie is not only special because she's just a wonderful friend and student and fellow golden retriever lover, but she's also the niece of our very own Jennifer McPherson. So please make Mackenzie welcome and her family.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 59, Delegate Reed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of George Miller and myself, I have a couple pages here I'd like to introduce. Ellie Coles and Joshua Coles, and they are here with their parents, a former delegate from this House. I'd like everybody to please stand and welcome Daryl and Nikki Coles from Morgan County.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 10, Delegate Kelly J.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning. Today I'd like to introduce some pages that we have from Parkersburg South High School. If they would stand, Zane Van Fossen and Patrick Arnold, and also pages from Blennerhassett Middle School, Gabe Van Fossen and Logan Arnold. And they are They are here today with their parents in the North Gallery. If they also would stand, Susan Van Fossen, Amy Arnold, and Craig Arnold. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and make our friends feel welcome.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 6, Delegate D. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to the South Gallery as I introduce members of the Tyler County FFA. Garrett Ammons, and you stand as I call your name, Abby Kimball, Brooklyn Wayne, Austin Van Camp, Casey Schanneberger, Emily Gorby, Jasmine Thomas, Jackie Seagrave, Allie Wentz, advisors Leon Ammons, and Annie Irwin. And would the House make them feel welcome today?
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 62, Delegate Horst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of announcements today. First off, my lovely wife Sherry in the North Gallery here. Please make her feel welcome. And I believe we have my sheriff from Berkeley County, Nathan Harmon, in South Gallery, who's done a bang-up job in Berkeley County as being sheriff. Next is former delegate John Irvington, who championed for in the rules that all bills will be voted on by roll call. So welcome, John Irvington. And last but not least, probably in all the galleries, I'm not quite sure where, but all the members and my friends from the West Virginia Citizens Defense League.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 32, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Delegates Kessinger, Haynes, and myself, I would like to recognize a good friend from the 32nd District who is a true friend of the Citizens for Defense League, Danny Massey. If he would stand, the House would make him feel well.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 55, Delegate B. Ward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everybody. Among the delegation with the West Virginia Citizens Defense League is a friend of mine who once lived in my delegate district, now raises buffalo in the state of Tennessee. However, she fully appreciates that liberty is not a spectator sport, and I would like everybody to welcome her. Joe Stats.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 57, Delegate Rowan.
From West Virginia's oldest county, I have from Hampshire High School some outstanding FFA students: Alicia Roxandish, Alex Spencer, Daisy Dalrymple, Logan Moreland, Jack Savage, Danielle Buckler, and they're here with their awesome teacher, Lisa Moreland. If they would please stand there in the West Gallery, and the House give them a wild and wonderful West Virginia welcome.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 17, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to welcome 5 of my friends from Cabell County here today who are in the North Gallery representing the Republican women. If they'd stand when I call their name: Ann Dandelay, Liza Caldwell, Diana Archer, Linda Bush, and Canessa Thompson. If the House would give them all a great welcome, and I appreciate your attendance.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 5, Delegate Pethel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I have in the South Gallery members of the FFA from Magnolia High School. Would ask that they please stand and also their advisor, Mr. John Smith. Please stand, and Mr. Smith is related to the gentleman from the 3rd, Delegate Fluharty. Let's give all of them a warm welcome. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 30, Delegate Bates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over my shoulder up here in the center gallery is Molly Williams. She's the Director for Parks and Recreation, and with her today, she has her 9-year-old daughter, Emily, who's a little shy, so I'd like us all to make her feel welcome and embarrass her if we can. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 66, Delegate Espinosa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues from the 65th and the 67th, pleased to recognize representatives of the Washington and Charlestown Middle School FFA clubs. They're in the North Gallery. If you please stand as I call your name. We have Hannah Birch, Adele Ware, Aiden Fisher, Kiara Anderson, and Rebecca Steele. They're accompanied by their advisors Travis Veach and Kristen Friend. Will the House please make them welcome?
The Speaker recognizes the delegate from District 63, Delegate Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to have you here today.
Thank you.
In the North Gallery, I'd like to recognize Leadership Berkeley, who's come all the way down from Berkeley County today to talk with their representatives and watch the legislative process. So thank you guys very much for coming all the way down from Berkeley County.
The Speaker recognizes the delegate from District 7, Delegate Barnhart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Paging for us today from Pleasants County Middle School, we have Amelia Weekly, and she is accompanied by her father, Tom Weekly, up in the gallery. And we also have Mackenzie Jeffers, who is accompanied by her mother, Rachel Jeffers. And I ask the House please join me in giving them a wild and wonderful West Virginia welcome.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 43, Delegate Nestor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the North Gallery, I have some constitutionalists and heavy supporters of the Second Amendment. If you would please stand, Edward Brandt, 15-year-old John Anthony. On behalf of Delegate Thompson, I don't see him in here. I also don't want to forget David Clark. Please stand and please give them a warm welcome. They're members of the West Virginia Citizens Defense League. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 50, Delegate G. Ward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Up in the gallery, I have at least 2 constituents that I know of from Marion County. We have Mr. David Price, who's a good friend of my son, and we also have Mark Loud, who I'm jealous of his gun collection. So if they would stand and make him feel welcome. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 11, Delegate Keaton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning, colleagues in the North Gallery are joined by Judge Anita Ashley, the wife of former member Bob Ashley and a great West Virginian, so if you please make her welcome.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 36, Delegate Pritt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have several persons here from Kanawha County, and so on behalf of the Kanawha County delegation, I would like to welcome, and if these persons would please stand, Chaz Irvin, Keith Morgan and his wife Joanna Morgan, Megan Morgan, and Rob Miller. If the House would make them feel welcome. Thank you for being here.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 34, Delegate Boggs.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Also didn't want to overlook, we have FFA students here. I know one of our state officers is from Gilmer County, but for all those that are from Braxton and Gilmer County, the FFA students and advisors, if they would stand, and members, please make them welcome.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 13, Delegate Kraus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like everybody to recognize I have a friend up in the North Gallery, Miss Jennifer Oliver. She's an RN. She's with West Virginians for Health Freedoms, and she is joined today with her mother, Elizabeth Owen. If you could, the House would please make them welcome, I'd appreciate it.
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 48, Delegate Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I have several introductions. In the South Gallery, we have Will Hyman, Patrick Moore, Dave Freeman, and Robert Silcott from West Virginia CDL. And we also have the FFA group from Bridgeport High School with their advisor, Nicole Bird. Would you please stand and make them feel welcome?
The chair recognizes the delegate from District 48, Delegate Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Delegate Kimball already introduced some of our constituents from the 48th District, but I'd also like to welcome in the South Gallery, the West Gallery, the South Harrison FFA and their advisor, John Lockhart. If the House would please make them welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for our guest speaker today? Are there further introductions? If not, standing committee reports.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 228, providing tuition and fee waivers at state higher education institutions for volunteers who have completed service in AmeriCorps programs in West Virginia, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 229, requiring impact statement in certain instances of school closing or consolidation, and reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4372, creating the Public-Private Small Business Enhancement Program, and reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended, but that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance.
That report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4491 to establish requirements for carbon dioxide sequestration, and House Bill 4712 require the prompt enrollment in payment plans for costs, fines, forfeitures, restitution, or penalties in circuit court and magistrate court, and reports by committee substitutes therefore with recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 42, a resolution to support the relocation of university-level Chinese language immersion programs from the People's Republic of China to Taiwan. House Concurrent Resolution 79, a resolution to designate February 21st as the official start date to National FFA Week in West Virginia, and House Resolution 12, supporting the signing of a bilateral trade agreement between the United States and the Republic of China, Taiwan, and reports the same back with recommendation that they each be adopted.
That report will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to take up HCR 79 for immediate consideration and put upon its adoption.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. The clerk will please report HCR 79.
House Concurrent Resolution 79, a resolution to designate February 21st as the official start day to National FFA Week in West Virginia.
The question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Is there debate on the resolution? Gentleman 13th, Douglas Pinson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to stand and speak on behalf of HCR 79. We're joined in the gallery by members from the West Virginia FFA organization from all over the state. Our state has 6,000 FFA members spread through all 55 counties. Our SAE programs result in over $3 million worth of revenue. That's SAE programs, these projects that are done by 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old young leaders. FFA members contribute thousands of community service hours all throughout our communities every single year. And Mr. Speaker, I know the state FFA organization has a special place in your heart, and a special place in my heart as well. As a 15-year-old, I was adopted out of a terrible home situation, and I began my freshman year of high school. Our school counselor decided that she would place me in agriculture education classes. And I was from the city in Florida and grew up rough in Florida, and I had no idea why she was putting me in agriculture education classes. I'd moved to West Virginia under less than favorable circumstances, but she saw something in those agriculture education classes that she thought could make a difference in my life. And I'll never forget walking into the agriculture education classroom and my advisors, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Knopp, they got me aside and they said, "John, would you like to raise a pig and sell it at the fair?" And I thought they were confused as to who they were talking to. "No, I'm not interested in raising a pig, thank you very much." They said, "You could sell it for $1,000. And I said, "Where do they keep these pigs at?" And I did raise a pig my freshman year. Had the opportunity to run to be an assistant officer under our now state advisor, Mr. Taylor. And I had the opportunity to get active and to get involved in the FFA program at Ravenswood High School. And I credit the FFA program as to turning my life around. It allowed me to focus on something different than what I had been focused on in the past. My freshman year of college, I had the opportunity to be state FFA president. It's my honor to have these jackets here, my chapter jacket and my state association jacket as well. Mr. Speaker, I know that you're a former state FFA president as well. The organization that's before us is, in my opinion, the premier leadership training organization in the state of West Virginia and the country, for that matter. And the resolution is to show that these 6,000 members, that the West Virginia Legislature stands behind them during this National FFA Week. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage and would ask for a roll call vote.
Chairman 16th, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll go ahead and get this started. I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from the 13th's remarks be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Does the chair hear objection? No objection is heard. The question is on the adoption of HCR 79. Roll call vote on the resolution is demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of HCR 79 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Executive messages.
A communication from His Excellency the Governor advises that on February 18th, 2022, he approved Senate Bill 436.
That message will be received. Senate messages.
Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment, committee substitute for House Bill 3220, Restrictions on Taxpayer-Funded Lobbying.
That message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3220, the purpose of that bill was to require state agencies, municipalities, counties, and school districts to report on contracted lobbying efforts that are secured with public money. Disclosures must include the parties to the contract, the effective date, the length of the contract, the cost, and the payment terms. The Senate amendment made clarifying corrections to the House bill that require reports relating to activity from the prior year beginning July 1, 2023, and every year thereafter to the Ethics Commissions. They made additional clarifications on reporting to the Ethics Commission and finally clarified that the provisions of the section only apply to lobbying and not consulting services. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The lady from the 49th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 3220. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that motion adopted. The House has concurred in the Senate amendment and title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 3220. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. Are there further title? The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3220, restrictions on taxpayer-funded lobbying.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this bill take effect July 1, 2022.
The question is on the motion that the bill take effect July 1st, 2022. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective July 1st, 2022. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed without amendment committee substitute for House Bill 4114, authorizing certain agencies of the Department of Administration to promulgate legislative rules.
The message will be received.
The clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 4308, authorizing disclosure of juvenile information to Crime Victims Compensation Fund for investigation and award of benefits.
That message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the introduced bill is to broaden the class of persons who may apply on behalf of a child in foster care or who is a subject of a civil abuse and neglect petition, and to authorize law enforcement guardians and court and public agency personnel to disclose information and records for purposes of evaluation for Crime Victims Compensation Fund benefits. The Senate amendment rolled in Senate Bill 472, which was in the same section of code, related to limited disclosure of confidential juvenile records for use in an employee grievance where such records are necessary for a resolution of the grievance, and placing limits on the use of such records. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. Is there debate on the motion? The gentleman of the 30th, Doug Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just, would the gentlelady yield, please?
Yes.
So I think this is probably the first of these we've dealt with this session. So what the Senate has rolled in.
The Senate incorporated the proposed amendment into West Virginia Code 49-5-101 because we're talking about the disclosure of the information and records. This allows an employee who is grieving where those has a grievance where those records are necessary for them to resolve the grievance.
Okay, that may be a very admirable thing. What's the posture of Senate Bill 472? Is it where is that bill that they've rolled into this thing?
We're not aware of any action on it.
So they've basically taken one of their bills that they've not done anything with, that's not come to us.
I cannot tell you that for sure. I'm not aware of the status of their bill.
Perhaps council could.
He does not know. Probably on the system, you could look up Senate Bill 472, and it might tell you the posture of it.
Yeah, I'd like to do that before I vote on it.
Okay, we can wait.
So the other thing that looks here is the Senate amendment includes language proposed in the introduced version of 4541. What's the posture of that bill, 4541?
Okay, Senate Bill 472, with a quick look, passed and was referred to us, to House Judiciary, and 4541 we'll look up. It's pending in House Judiciary.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Okay, the question is again on the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment on House Bill 4308. Is there further discussion on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of that motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. So the question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4308, authorizing disclosure of juvenile information to Crime Victims Compensation Fund for investigation and award of benefits.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed the following bills. Senate Bill 213, establishing licensed professional counseling compact.
The message will be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources and the Committee on Government Organization.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 247, relating to certified community behavioral health clinics.
The message will be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources and the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 268, creating exemption from compulsory school attendance for child who participates in Learning Pod or micro school.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 438, relating generally to West Virginia Security for Public Deposits Act.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 543, creating unemployment compensation insurance fraud unit within Workforce West Virginia.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 584, relating to West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council.
That message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Further Senate messages, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 85, McClintock Family Bridge.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system.
Lady in the 49th, ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the delegate console system. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to take up Resolution 16 for immediate consideration, dispense with the committee report, the committee reference, and put it upon its adoption.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that House Resolution 16 be taken up for immediate consideration, that the committee reference be dispensed with, and that it be put upon its adoption. Are there objections? No objections are heard. Clerk will please report House Resolution 16.
House Resolution 16, expressing the collective sadness of the members of the House of Delegates concerning the death of the Honorable Jean A. Haynes.
Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To accept this resolution, the Wood County delegation, Delegate Steve Westfall and Dean Jeffries, and former Delegate Bob Ashley are escorting the family of Jean Hayes to the floor.
Will the clerk please read the resolution?
House Resolution 16, expressing the collective sadness of the members of the House of Delegates concerning the death of the Honorable Gene A. Haynes, former member of the House from the County of Wood. Whereas the many friends and colleagues of the Honorable Gene A. Haynes were saddened to learn of his passing on December 19, 2021, at age 93, and paused to remember his life. Born in Parkersburg on November 15, 1927, to Delana A. and Gladys Bain Haynes, both of his parents' families trace their West Virginia lineage back multiple generations to years well before statehood. Gene was predeceased by his wife, Joyce Cassis Haynes, and brothers Roy L. and Glenn L. Haynes. He is survived by his sister, Rosalie Owens, daughters Leslie Haynes Dubois Matthew, and Stacy Haynes Archer, by grandsons Henry Austin and August Michael Dubois, by nieces and nephews of several generations, by his office colleagues, and his cherished pug Reagan. Gene served the citizens of West Virginia as a member of the Parkersburg City Council starting in 1956, and for 3 terms in the West Virginia House of Delegates, 1970, 1972, and 1984, representing the 8th District. He was an elected delegate to the Republican National Committee for multiple presidential nominating conventions. By proclamation of the governor, flags were flown at half-staff over the West Virginia Capitol Complex in Charleston and at state offices in his native Wood County. Therefore, be it resolved by the House of Delegates that the members of the House of Delegates of the second session of the 85th Legislature hereby publicly note the life, accomplishments, service, and friendship of a devoted and esteemed colleague. That sadness is hereby expressed upon his passing, and that we hereby acknowledge that Delegate Gene A. Haynes remains with those of us who knew him. And be it further resolved that the life and service of former House of Delegates member Gene A. Haynes be memorialized and remembered, and be it further resolved that the clerk forward a copy of this resolution to the family of the late Honorable Gene A. Haynes.
The question before the House is the adoption of the resolution. Roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The clerk will please acknowledge or record the votes of those delegates escorting our guests in the well of the chamber today as having voted in the affirmative. Clerk will now close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares this resolution adopted. All members and guests may be seated. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business, bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2798 relating to requiring the Health Department to mandate mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 test for newborn babies to be known as MB's Law.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman with the 17th, Dr. Rohrbach, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The purpose of this bill is to require a newborn to be tested for mucopolysaccharidosis, a metabolic disorder which, although not curable, can be treated if diagnosed in young infants. That's a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman of 34th, Douglas Boggs, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the chair, thank you for putting this bill on the agenda. I had the opportunity yesterday to speak with MB's parents and her grandparents, and they are so excited and so grateful. And since we introduced this bill last year, MB has had a little sister, and back in September, and testing up at Pittsburgh indicated that she is a carrier as well as her parents, but they do not have the disease. But MB does, and this is something that the family and friends and people feel so strongly about, because the sooner this is diagnosed, the better quality of life that the individual can have. And MB is just a beautiful 3-year-old girl, full of life, and she's a joy to be around. And I know that I speak for the family in saying thank you.
Question again before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of the bill or passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2798 relating to requiring the Health Department to mandate mucopolysaccharidosis type 1 test for newborn babies to be known as MB's Law.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3122 relating to the establishment and operation of regional water, wastewater, and stormwater authorities.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of 48th, Douglas Riley, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of House Bill 3122 is to establish the operation of regional stormwater authorities by authorizing individual public agencies to enter into agreement with other public agencies to coordinate their efforts for mutual benefit. Existing code allows for the operation of regional water and wastewater authorities. This bill simply extends those provisions to allow for regional stormwater authorities as well. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman 32nd, Douglas Fass, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must respectfully rise in opposition to this bill, and I'd like to just briefly tell you why I'm going to vote no. Has a definition of stormwater and stormwater system, and it means stormwater in its entirety or any integral part thereof used to collect, dispose stormwater and an associated stormwater management program. It includes all facilities, structures, and natural water courses, which is pretty much anything, used for collecting and conducting stormwater through and from drainage areas to the points of final outlets, which includes pretty much anything, including but not limited to any and all of the following: inlets, conduits, outlets, channels, ponds, drainage easements, water quality facilities, catch basins, ditches, streams, gulches, flumes, culverts, siphons, retention or detention basins, dams, flood walls, levees, et cetera, which includes just about any land whatsoever. And then I realize that that definition is in other parts of the code, but what we are talking about here is the progression of government. And that concerns me, especially what I just read with this. For the purpose of operating as an authority, as provided in this article, powers, authorities, and privileges of the authority shall include but are not limited to, and it lists several things, and also number 5, to acquire land and interest in land by gift, purchase, exchange, or eminent domain. And that concerns me. As I said, water runs everywhere. You can spit on the sidewalk and it's going to end up in the canal or river through a storm. And this, to me, is just a progression of government authority and enterprise growing to allow different agencies to start collaborating together. It concerns me, and those are the reasons, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm going to be voting against this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 66, Douglas Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from the 48th yield? Thank you. I recall this legislation. I think perhaps it was introduced last year. I recall hearing some discussion about it. My recollection is that these entities can already do much of what's specified in this legislation, but this legislation simply allows multiple groups to work together cooperatively on those same type of initiatives. Is that a correct understanding?
Yeah, that's a correct understanding. Under current code right now, municipalities can extend 20 miles beyond their boundaries, and public service districts can do their entire area. So essentially, all the county is covered. This simply allows them to work together so that you don't have to have separate operation and maintenance crews. You don't have to have separate billing. It's really an efficiency bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman 16th, Doug at Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Technology and Infrastructure has reviewed this bill 2 years in a row, and while I fully respect the gentleman's opinion related to growth of government, and in fact had the same reservations myself originally, what we heard both in testimony and from the lead sponsor through any number of meetings both in my office and in the committee is exactly what was just stated, that being that individual governmental entities already have the ability to do each and every one of these things. There's no additional powers granted, but only the ability for them to collaborate and to create a combined stormwater utility in order to do these things. It is a government efficiency bill, and accordingly, I do urge passage.
Is there further debate on the bill? The gentleman, 42nd, Doug at Longacre, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield for a question? Yes. Thank you. I'm looking on here, and what concerns me about this bill is the fact that the bill talks about the reach that this law would have into private industry or onto private property. Can you elaborate on what that means for us people who may not have had the opportunity to sit on the committee and hear these various debates?
Thank you. Yeah, this bill does not give any new power to a municipality or public service district to go any further than what they have now. It's the exact same rights and regulations, but it allows the two agencies to work together.
So based on what you're telling me, if I have a private operation, and let's say it might be outside of a municipality, and I decide I want to have some gutter systems, would that maybe I'm capturing rain runoff off of a building, and I want to use that in my operation, will this bill limit me in any way of doing that?
It does not change your any current regulation for
Does
your
the current
property.
regulation give these municipalities the right to come onto my private property and tell me what I can and cannot do with rainwater?
No, not on your property. If you have water that is conveyed off of your property and you fall within a municipality that has a stormwater utility that is within 20 miles and drains through their watershed, then yeah, you can't discharge it and they have the ability to do that. But if it's on your property, no, they can't do that.
Okay, well, water tends to, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, it tends to go, at some point it'll end up somewhere. I'm concerned about this bill, folks. Thank you for the question. I just want to address the bill. Anytime I see something like this that gives government additional reach into the private lives of individuals or their businesses, red flags go up with me. Now, I don't know enough about this particular bill because, as many of you, we may not be on that committee, and we're trying to keep up with a plethora of other bills. I have to say no to this right now until I learn more about it, but I understand there's no time. It's going to either pass or fail, but it's not going to pass with my vote at this point. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? The gentleman 36, Doggett Rowe, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the bill, and I see it in my neighborhood. We have in Rand a water situation that we just can't figure out. Highways has helped us look to see if the drain is crushed or if it's blocked and what's to be done. And the county commission has been working on it in terms of stormwater. But, you know, and I don't know that this bill would play directly on the interaction between the Division of Highways and the Kanawha County Commission, but they have had to work together, and the lead has been taken by the Division of Highways. But let me say that all of these concerns about philosophy are nothing compared to having 4 feet of water in your garage every time it rains and having to make sure that you get your car out if it's going to be a serious rain. Now, that's living in misery that none of us want and no citizen of West Virginia should have to put up with. So I think that this is a very good bill. It doesn't seem to change what happens. It just allows, in certain areas, allows different agencies to come together. And it can be the Division of Highways, as I read it, or it can be 2 stormwater districts. So I think the bill is a sensible bill. It doesn't go beyond. I don't see any reach to it. I just think that it allows for a greater efficiency in government. So I'd encourage folks to vote in favor of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, Chair will recognize the gentleman of 48th, Doggett Riley, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And briefly, this is permissive language. This ultimately allows 2 utilities to operate together. So essentially, this is a smaller government bill, not a bigger government bill. It does not add any new power that is not in code as it sits right now. So with that, I would urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 85 ayes, 14 nays, and 1 member absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3122 relating to the establishment and operation of regional water, wastewater, and stormwater authorities.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on 3rd reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4087, allowing variance in state fire code for certain buildings used solely for emergency equipment storage.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 43rd, Doggett Nestor, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to provide clarity around what buildings are exempt from the State Fire Commission. Any building that is constructed after July 1st, 2022 that houses emergency fire or ambulance services, including those that have sleeping quarters, must have a fire protection system from an automatic sprinkler. The sprinklers must further be approved by the Fire Commission as part of its routine duties. However, any building that houses only emergency fire or ambulance equipment and does not have sleeping quarters in its buildings may be exempt from the sprinkler requirements. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman 56, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge passage of this bill. Some of you may have noticed the city of Kaiser has been having a lot of problems with CSX blocking the railroad tracks for sometimes over 2 hours. The city is in the process of building a garage to house a fire truck on that side of the railroad track, so in an emergency, they have the ability to put out a fire on that side. Under the current law, that building would be probably a $100,000 building or more. If this passes, it's going to be around $25,000. This is a good bill. I urge passage.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4087, allowing variance in state fire code for certain buildings used solely for emergency equipment storage.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4282, relating to establishing next generation 911 services in this state.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of House Bill 4282 is to establish a commission to study and develop the implementation of next-generation 911 services in West Virginia. Next-gen 911 services are necessary to better equip emergency response personnel to receive and respond to emergency calls from wireless and/or voice-over IP technologies. The commission would be comprised of 11 voting members, including 2 each from the Senate and House of Delegates, respectively, and 4 non-voting members. The bill would require the commission to provide a preliminary report by December 31st, 2022, and a final report by June 1st, 2023, to the Governor and the Joint Committee on Government and Finance. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman 10th, Douglas Chris.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is there any cost involved yet in this towards the either the telephone fee, or do we know anything about that yet?
The cost?
Yeah.
It's just a commission to study it.
I understand, but will there be a cost at the end of this?
I don't know what their recommendations will be, but right now there's no cost.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
The question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4282, relating to establishing next-generation 911 services in this state.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4348, relating to pharmacy technicians.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of 17th, Douglas Rohrbach, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The purpose of this bill is to update the practice of pharmacy. This bill would permit a 16-year-old enrolled in high school to be a pharmacist technician trainee. The trainee may receive on-the-job training and may work for up to 90 days until the board decides upon his or her application. It also requires that an ICD-10 code or the equivalent be submitted on a prescription, and it requires changes to the dosage, frequency, or manner of administration of a medication, The licensee shall, within 72 hours of that change, inform the patient's pharmacy. That's a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The gentleman 32nd, Douglas Fass, is recognized.
Thank you. Would the chairman yield?
Yes.
So this would have no effect on current vocational pharmacy tech training programs whatsoever?
No, if anything, it makes it a little easier because now we can get down into our high schools, and as long as they're 16 years old, they could get on-the-job training as a pharmacy technician. So hopefully they could come out of high school certified and ready to go.
All right, thank you.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4348 relating to pharmacy technician.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4418 relating to the Small Business Supplier Certification Assistance Program.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of 29th, Douglas Steele, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to create a pilot program called the Small Business Supplier Certification Assistance Program. The program will be created between the Department of Economic Development and Marshall University to help small businesses better engage in the government procurement process and to help small businesses be more successful in their bid attempts when bidding on projects. The pilot program will discontinue December 31st, 2022, unless continued by the legislature. Marshall University and the Department of Economic Development must report to the legislature the success of the program and any legislative recommendations on or before December 31st, 2022. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4418 relating to the Small Business Supplier Certification Assistance Program.
For what purpose does the gentleman 29th seek recognition?
Just ask unanimous consent to correct something I said.
In your explanation of the bill?
Yes, sir.
Are there objections?
I erroneously stated that this program discontinued in 2022, and you probably heard me hesitate. I knew that couldn't be right. It looks like it shall continue in duration through December 31st, 2023, and the report goes to the legislature in 24, at which point we would have to reauthorize it. So just to clarify that for everyone.
The clerk will again please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4418 relating to the Small Business Supplier Certification Assistance Program.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4488 relating to coal mining and changing fees for permitting actions.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of the 8th, Douglas Anderson, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee substitute will ensure adequate funding for the operation of the Division of Mining and Reclamation. The division's revenue is gradually decreasing each year, but the expenses are remaining relatively constant. Estimates indicate the division will be operating in a deficit by the fiscal year 2026 without this increase in revenue. The Federal Office of Surface Mining will eventually have to take over the program because the state will lose its primacy. The coal industry and the Department of Environmental Protection have requested this bill. I urge support. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 90 ayes, 9 nays, and 1 member absent. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4488 relating to coal mining and changing fees for permitting actions.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4559 providing for legislative rulemaking relating to the disposition of unidentified and unclaimed remains in the possession of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. The gentleman, 35th Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for House Bill 4559 is amended, provides for legislative rulemaking related to the disposition of unidentified and unclaimed remains in the possession of the Chief Medical Examiner. It also authorizes the Chief Medical Examiner to locate lands suitable for use as a cemetery for unidentified and unclaimed remains. It establishes burial for certain conditions. It establishes cremation for certain conditions. It authorizes the Chief Medical Officer or a designee to return a decedent's remains to the next of kin or to remove a decedent from the cemetery. Finally, it prohibits any cause of action against the Chief Medical Examiner for undertaking these activities. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4559 providing for legislative rulemaking relating to the disposition of unidentified and unclaimed remains in the possession of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Capito moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4585 relating to controlled substance monitoring and removing a dispensing prohibition.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of 17th Delegate Rohrbach to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The committee substitute for 4585 removes the limitation that a prescribing practitioner may dispense to his or her own patients 72 hours of drugs. It removes the requirement that an opioid antagonist be reported to the Controlled Substance Monitoring Database because these numbers are already kept by the Office of Drug Control Policy. That's a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4585 relating to controlled substance monitoring and removing a dispensing prohibition.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4596 relating generally to additional persons qualifying for the provisions of the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman to 32nd, Douglas Fast, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee substitute for 4596 is a bill relating generally to additional persons qualifying for the provisions of Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act. The bill seeks to add various categories of officers, namely home incarceration supervisors, juvenile probation officers, and state parole officers as members of law enforcement in order to authorize them to carry concealed firearms under the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act and allows them to carry nationwide. Additionally, it cleans up technical errors in certain sections of the code, and that is a summary. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4596, relating generally to additional persons qualifying for the provisions of the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4631, establishing a bone marrow and peripheral blood stem donation awareness program.
Are there amendments to the title? Or, excuse me, are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 17th, Dr. Rohrbach, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for House Bill 4631 requires the Bureau of Public Health to post information on its website and create an online brochure providing information concerning bone marrow and peripheral blood stem donation. That's a summary of the bill, and I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? The lady in 51st, Douglas Walker, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting this bill on the agenda. This is the first bill that I have introduced that has a very profound personal meaning to myself. Every morning and every day since June 19th of 2021, I listened to Kay Michelle's song, A Mother's Prayer. And I want to read to you one verse of that song. Tomorrow brings new promise, so don't worry about today. The first time I saw you, I knew my life had changed. I would have been dead and gone, but I found purpose when I brought you home. And even though I'm not there to tuck you in every day, I'm not far away. This is what a mother prays. On June 2nd, 2021, my king, my oldest, Dimitri, posted in his Facebook group, Dimitri Walker's Warriors. Hey everyone, good news. I'm home. I was discharged yesterday and made it home around 4 or 5 o'clock. I wanted to thank everyone who has supported myself and my family. It's still a journey. It was very surreal to be home. In the hospital, it made sense treatment-wise. But to be home with all the meds and the walker and the PICC line still in my arm, yesterday I finally realized I have leukemia. And that was a very hard realization for me, and thank you, Nick, for helping me through my 3-minute crying session. We don't cry alone in this household, LOL. When you leave the hospital, it's because you're fixed, but I'm not fixed. Yet I still have CML. That's not an easy pill to swallow, but I'm working through all my emotions right now. But I'm still appreciative to be home. Once again, please don't forget my 3 asks. Number one, if you're not feeling well, please see your PCP and don't self-diagnose and make the mistake I did. You could put yourself at risk. And number two, if you can please donate blood products to Red Cross is a start, and we are working on a blood and marrow drive in my honor this month. Number three, share my story. I don't want people to see this as I have leukemia, boo-hoo, from me, pity me. I want people to see my story and take it as a learning opportunity, and hopefully someone will make the same mistake I did. Thank you all for taking time to read this post. Hashtag Walker Warriors. We didn't get to the point to where Dimitri was going to need a bone marrow transplant because my king transitioned from an earthly angel to a heavenly one. But let's talk about bone marrow transplants and being on the registry. The percentage of African Americans trying to find that perfect match is less. This is why this is so important. I appreciate each and every one of you of joining the Walker Warriors family. When the majority leader and one of my colleagues organized a blood drive on his birthday. So let's continue to keep his life and legacy alive by pressing the green button. Because on June 18th, I posted on Facebook, Warriors, Mac Walker is my king. He is still the commander-in-chief. As he took his last earthly breath, he is still exhaling the pain and afflictions of his body. It's been a journey. Each of you are our village. He was born a fighter and has blessed each of us with a little fight. Almost 24 years around the sun. Job well done. He loved caring for people. He is Nurse Walker. He studied, led, cared for so many beyond my grasp. I'm telling y'all, it's the little things. My heart is heavy with my family. My heart is filled with love, peace, grace, mercy, and motivation. We must keep Dimitri's legacy alive. Where's my warriors? We have a blood drive to fill appointments. We have Be the Match. Get your envelopes mailed to your home. It's been a little over an hour. My hands are shaking. My mind is going 1,000,000 miles per hour. My feet are no ways tired. Love your loved ones. Family is not always blood. Love your children. Cherish the memories. Kiss them goodnight. Stop being afraid to say, I love you. I will be home later this morning. My home is your home. You are not bothering me. Hashtag Walker's Warriors. One last thing I want to share with you. Many of you attended the memorial for Dimitri the day after he transitioned. And we also had to travel back home because he donated his body to science, still wanting to help others. This is the poem that I wrote from my king that I shared at his memorial back home in Louisiana. My king, a precious man-child was born. Today we can't believe he is gone. A gift from above became my first true love. A smile brighter than the sun. A heart bigger than the new day begun. A grandson, nephew, brother, friend, classmate, dog dad, and lover. But for me, his mother, I nurtured, I nursed, I cared, I shared, I raised, I praised, I prayed. My protector, my teacher, my motivation, my inspiration, my peace, my warrior, my king. We must sing as you spread your wings, change me. And wonderful change has come over me. We didn't lose, it was God's right to choose. We gained a heavenly guardian angel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please press your green button.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4631, establishing a bone marrow and peripheral blood stem donation awareness program.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4649, transferring the operations of the West Virginia Children's Health Insurance Program to the Bureau for Medical Services.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman of 17th, Douglas Rohrbach, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. House Bill 4649 transfers the CHIP program under the Commissioner of the Bureau for Medical Services. That's a summary of the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House now is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4649, transferring the operations of the West Virginia Children's Health Insurance Program to the Bureau for Medical Services.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there other bills on third reading? If not, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2096, reinstating the film investment tax credit.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Householder and Graves move to amend the bill.
Does the gentleman 64th wish to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read? Are there objections? None are heard. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is meant to further target the credit to film productions. The amendment limits the film credit to larger productions by one. It limits the eligibility of commercials for qualification unless the commercial costs at least $50,000 on its own and not in combination with other productions. And two, it eliminates promotional videos from eligibility for the credit. I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman 64th. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Okay, the ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3223 prohibits state, county, and municipal governments from dedicating or naming any public structure for a public official who is holding office at the time.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. For what purpose does Lady from the 13th Douglas Kraus seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent to be added to 3223, please.
As a co-sponsor?
As a co-sponsor, please.
Does the chair hear objection? Okay, the chair hears no objection to that. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 4019, relating to deadlines for public charter schools.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4262, relating to licensure for polygraph examiners.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Steele moves to amend the bill. On page 1, by striking everything after the enacting clause and inserting in lieu thereof.
Does the gentleman from the 29th wish to explain the amendment?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Are there objections? No objections are heard.
Thank you, folks. This bill, in its original format, had simply removed the requirement for a licensure from code for polygraph examiners. They're currently licensed by the Department of Labor. There's about 30 of them statewide, and they're all either police officers or retired police officers. And, you know, we looked at this as something that, you know, those local departments could handle themselves in the hiring process. They're also the ones sending people to schools and purchasing the equipment to get them qualified to do this. Now, all of these polygraph examiners are associated with one of two groups, the American Polygraph Association or the American Association of Police Polygraphists. Now, there's requirements in other places and even in federal law as to how a polygraph is done and who's qualified to do one. And when we had done the deletion here, or the repeal here, one of the things that came up in discussing this with different polygraph examiners throughout the state was, you know, we would rather it be really explicit that you had to be a member of these groups, and if you weren't a member of these groups and up to speed on your continuing education and so forth, then there was an old crime for giving a polygraph without a license, and it was a fine of up to $500. So we're keeping that language rather than deleting it altogether and just saying you've got to be a member of one of those two groups in good standing. And of course, it was already in there to comply with the federal requirements of how and when a polygraph can be used or given. That's pretty much the explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I urge adoption.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment just explained by the gentleman from the 29th Douglas Steele. Is there debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. Okay, ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, that bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 4264, change designation of Glenville State College to Glenville State University.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4566, creating the Economic Enhancement Grant Fund.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Bates and Hanshaw move to amend the bill. On page 3, section 6A.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 30th Delegate Bates to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for joining me in offering this amendment. This is a simple amendment that adds one word in three places. That word is stormwater. There was a discussion earlier about what is stormwater. What stormwater is basically is flooding, which we all experience in our communities from time to time. This is a good bill. This amendment offers to make it a little bit better, and pun intended, by creating a bigger pool of things that would be able to get these funds for. So that's the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman of the 64th Douglas Householder is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, I do concur with the gentleman from the 30th. Infrastructure project is defined in the bill, and this amendment just adds it to the definition as an acceptable item for matching funds, so I urge adoption.
Question again before the House now is the adoption of the amendment. Is there additional debate on the amendment? If not, those in favor of adoption of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4567, relating to business and occupation or privilege tax.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4591, relating to accelerating the conversion of the state excise tax on the privilege of transferring real property into a county excise tax.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4604, relating to abolishing the Workforce Development Initiative Program Advisory Council.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4606, authorizing programs to assist at-risk veterans and their families with existing resources to combat suicide.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4644, prohibiting the restriction, regulation, use, or administration of lawn care and pest care products.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
House Bill 3082, stabilizing funding sources for the DEP Division of Air Quality.
Bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4344, relating to foster care.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4345, relating to motor vehicle registration cards by establishing electronic or mobile registration cards.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4391, relating generally to school nurses.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4479, establishing the Coalfield Communities Grant Facilitation Commission.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4496, allowing interest and earnings on federal COVID-19 relief monies to be retained in the funds or accounts where those monies are invested.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4607, to remove opioid treatment programs from requiring a certificate of need.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4625, to remove Medicare or Medicaid certified facilities from COVID-19 immunization exemption requirements.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4636, clarifying when business and occupation taxes owed to a city or municipality are considered to be remitted on time.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4643, exempting certain health services from certificate of need.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4667, prohibition on county, city, or municipality restrictions on advanced air mobility aircraft.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4668, relating to airbag fraud.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4691, provide a 45-day waiting period before a water and sewer rate increase may go into effect for any locally rate-regulated municipality.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4742, to provide for the full restoration of the Holly Grove Mansion.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be committed to Finance.
Lady from the 49th moves that committee substitute for House Bill 4742 be committed to the Committee on Finance. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The bill will be committed to the Committee on Finance. Next bill on first reading.
House Bill 4758, relating to developing and maintaining a database to track reclamation liabilities in the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection Special Reclamation Program.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4761, authorizing the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Resources to develop a submission procedures manual and adopt the same as a procedural rule.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4768, relating to change hearing location and customer notice provisions.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4769, eliminate the requirement to send recommended decisions by certified mail.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4785, relating to judicial vacancies.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4797, to create an EV infrastructure deployment plan for West Virginia that describes how our state intends to use its share of NEVI formula program funds.
The bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleague, Delegate Thompson.
Are there objections to leave of absence being granted? No objections are heard. That leave of absence will be granted. Introductions. Introductions. Yes, Lady from the 13th, Doggett Kraus.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if they're still here, but I wanted to announce the West Virginia Federation for Republican Women, their officers, President Ann DeLay, Vice President Jeannie Hawkins, Secretary Debbie DeWeese, and Treasurer Pam Krasinski. And they also had representatives here from all the clubs in Putnam, Huntington, Mingo, Mountaineer, Canal Central, North Central, Wood, and Gateway. Like I said, they may be gone already, but if the House could welcome them or thank them for being here.
Are there additional introductions? Miscellaneous business. Gentleman 32nd, Douglas Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentleman from the 34th on passage of House Bill 2798 be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Does the chair hear objections? No objections are heard. Gentleman 44th, Douglas Hannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentlelady from the 51st on passage of 4631 be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Is there other miscellaneous business? If not, lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, subject to announcements, the House adjourn until 11 a.m. Tuesday, February 22nd.
Are there announcements? Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:45 tomorrow morning behind the chamber.
Gentleman the 10th, I got Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will meet today at 3 p.m. in the House Finance Committee room. The agenda is posted. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Judiciary will meet today at 2 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee room. The agenda is posted. Further, the House Committee on Judiciary will meet tomorrow morning, February 22 at 9:30 a.m. in the House Judiciary Committee room. The agenda will be posted. The Republican members of that committee will caucus in the chairman's office at 9 a.m. Also, heads up, your Committee on Judiciary most likely will be meeting tomorrow afternoon. That announcement will be forthcoming.
Gentleman the 35th, Doug Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Tech Caucus will have a meeting this Thursday, February 24th at noon, we're planning, but it'll be probably whenever we conclude the floor session, with a presentation on economic growth opportunities associated with esports. So we would encourage everybody to attend. Lunch will be provided. Thank you. It'll be in the House Judiciary room. House Judiciary.
Gentleman 51st, Douglas Statler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will meet today at 3 p.m. in the Education Committee room. The agenda is posted. The Republican committee members will caucus in the chairman's office at 2 p.m.
Gentleman 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Government Organization will meet today in the House Government Organization Committee room at 3 p.m. and the Republican members will caucus at 2:45 in the chairman's office, and the agenda is posted.
Gentleman 24th, Douglas Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Select Committee on Coalfield Communities will meet at 2 p.m. today in the Education Committee room. 2 p.m. Thank you.
Lady number 13th, Douglas Kraus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today at 1 p.m., well, actually right now, the Republican women will be having a meet and greet and an awards presentation at the Culture Center. We will be recognizing Delegate Heather Tully today with the Legislator of the Year Award.
Gentleman from the 11th, Dr. Keaton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow morning in House Education, we will have Republican Freshman Caucus at 8 a.m. Thank you.
Gentleman 67th, Dr. Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democrats on the Education Committee will caucus at 2:30 in room 258M.
Gentleman 3rd, Doug Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Labor Caucus will meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in the Gov.org room, and breakfast/lunch will be provided. Thank you.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question is on the motion that the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.